The following live stream has been approved for restricted audiences only. It will definitely contain strong language and maybe some adult themes. Almost certainly. Viewer inebriation is advised.
Beware the Ides of March. That's right, it's March 15th, and thus, it's my mom's birthday. And if she wasn't a literal, actual boomer, she might actually be here with us tonight, hanging out. But she doesn't do computers. So I called her and wished her a happy birthday earlier today. Salute, mamma mia. As for the rest of y'all, welcome to another celebration of the weekend after another brutal week. Tonight, we have two very special guests, both good friends of the channel and both subject matter experts on the topic of physical media. Warner Media fans have a bit of a crisis, and we're going to unpack this mess. So top off your glasses, get comfortable, and tell me what you're sipping on in the chat. We'll get this Canarble Wagon rolling right now.
Last Call is streamed before a live audience.
Salute. Welcome, welcome. Well, of course, I do want to know what you all are sipping on, but in case you're wondering what I'm sipping on.
Quality is our legacy. Handcrafted, barrel aged. Go ahead, you deserve it. Glen Gooley, for the best of times.
It's actually a Glenfiddich, but I was going for an old-fashioned here. I think I may have gone a little bit heavy on the Angostura bitters. It's a little, well, bitter. And
add some more cherries.
Well, are the cherries supposed to float? Not supposed to, but I have the drunken cherries.
They're frozen like ice cubes.
Well, yes, that is true. So that voice you hear in the background is, of course, our bouncer, my lovely wife, Netter of Netter's Network. I'm going to just go ahead and bring her lovely smoldering eyes in here. How you doing, my dear? And what are you sipping on? This way, yeah.
I'm doing great. And I am drinking, what am I drinking? I am drinking a berry sparkling water. This way?
Yeah, it's all backwards, yeah. I gotta line myself up with whatever's on. No, she hasn't had any alcohol tonight, no, really.
None at all.
She's like this normally.
Your head's about right.
Go, thank you.
I'm not going to be actually on the stream because there's no room for me tonight.
Well, we'll see.
I'll be in the back room, though, so behave yourselves.
Yes, everyone absolutely behave. And, of course, she's coming over the same mic. So, she can hear us. She can see us. So no worries there. You're just going to have to look at my ugly mug for a little bit longer. Greg, don't worry. You'll come in just a second. I appreciate it. You, as far as I am concerned, you are on time because I'm not at that part of the show yet. Real quick, let me run through everybody. Say hi to everybody. PJ of Orville Nation may or may not still be here. He is halfway around the world, so it's very, very middle of the night there. I certainly understand, but I super appreciate you coming by to wish us well. Of course, Lady Mist, our hostess with the mostest, is here dropping the encouragement. Thank you so much for being here, Lady Mist. JPRPH1, my friend, thank you for being here. I owe you a song for a drink that you bought me that will be coming. I promise you. Connie Cleary, the bird woman of YouTube. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Of course, the netter who you just saw a second ago. Let's see. Something last call. Watch out for this guy. Let's see. Big Al presents. Have a great stream, my friends. Wishing everyone a great weekend. Va salud. Thank you so much. Let's see. Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank. Where am I? There we are. Matanui, always a pleasure to see you around, my friend. Understand if you can't stay long, but I super appreciate you being here. Deleted scenes. Salute. I know I saw. There's David Pensack. Thank God it's Friday. Yes, absolutely. Curtis Shelby. Evening. Leia Rose. Hello. Thank you so much for being here. Give me a second to back up. I think I missed. There they are. KBA, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. I know why you're here. Hopefully he makes it tonight.
Don't forget, Luddites are us.
I was literally just getting there. Playing this music at this hour of night is not gonna keep an old fart like me awake. Yeah, I know. You know the shtick. I'm going for the whole, blues bar kind of thing. A little bit of jazz, a little bit of blues, but yeah, it could get a little dicey for me too, especially as I drink. You know what I'm saying? Samuel Proctor, good to see you. I saw you earlier on Maria's channel. So much appreciate you being here. And let's see. For everyone, this is my alter ego. I'm the Smoke Eater normally. Okay, fair enough. Well, I would certainly appreciate a subscription from both of y'all. You do look alike. And if you do, it's a tough break for both of you. What's that? I'm into Captain Coke. Awesome. That's how I started. But I love me some Gwen Gooley. I like that. I gotta wait until tomorrow night. There you go. Let's see. I'm stunned with all the shenanigans I've caused these two over the years that I ain't bounced yet. Nah. It's all fun. Lady Mist. I already said hi to Lady Mist. Lady V has been such an encourager. She's dropped some great comments on the promo videos I dropped today.
Hey, she's my stalker.
She may be your stalker, but she's really made me feel pretty awesome. Saying very, very nice things about the videos I've been
shares a love.
She is sweet. It's stuff like that really keeps us going. Tim Hayes, welcome. So glad to see you. Let's see. Don't want to miss nobody. Don't want to miss no one because you all are so important to me. Well, as long as he's saying hi to everybody, I might as well bring him in. But I also have to bring in my my co-host because he's the one who's going to make sure that I am able to close the stream satisfactorily. He is my designated driver, Aged Boomer. Aged Boomer, how you doing, my friend? What are you sipping on?
I'm feeling like Willy Wonka during the Veruca Salt dance sequence in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, but more on that Sunday, just with all the shenanigans.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
On certain sides of the culture war are acting like Veruca Salt right now, but we'll get
Yeah, I get you. Oh yeah, but we're gonna dive into that whole Gamergate 2 thing. Yeah, no doubt about
it. But anyway, listen to this though. Let's see if you can guess what this is. You hear the thing pouring?
It's an iced tea.
Okay. How'd you know? It's a Arizona lemon iced tea.
Okay, I didn't know all that. I just
that was close though. Good for you.
Yeah. And of course, Greg of FanZcene. How are you doing, my friend? And what are you sipping on?
Water. I'm always on water.
That's probably a good thing. You have less headaches, and keep you from having a hangover the next day. But me personally, I never touch this stuff.
I haven't had it since I was a kid.
There you go. Real quick, I just want to finish going through and saying hi to everybody, including Nate, welcome. So good to see you, my friend. And unless I missed somebody, weird thing tonight, I got a notice for Geeky Geezers, and I clicked on your face to get okay. So what Nate is referring to is I just dropped a promo video for Geeky Geezers tonight. It is just a video to, say, hey, every Sunday, check out Geeky Geezers. But, stop by, like it, I'm going to be using it in streams going forward. Not tonight, because I haven't gotten all the promos done yet that I want to get done, but I absolutely will. Okay, I think that gets us up to date. And, yeah, there we go. Yeah, Greg, I'm sorry that I kept you waiting. It's just,
No, I kept you waiting. I apologize.
No, well, see, but it works out perfectly because, I have my opening. I say hi to everybody. Yes. So, yeah, no, I saw that you were there. I didn't mean to, but, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're good because we're one short tonight. I don't know what happened to Michael French. He was actually supposed to be here earlier because I wanted to touch base with him about some things. And I don't know. One thing that is entirely possible, he's on the same time zone you are, Greg, and I'm always worried when there's that hour difference. Did I tell him the wrong time, or did I tell him an hour late or an hour early? I always, so I sent him an email saying, hey, did I send you the wrong time? If I did, and I'm an hour off, he should be with us in about the next 15 minutes. We'll see. Don't know. There he is. Just speak of the devil. He shows his horns. Bring him in. Welcome, my friend. Are you okay? Is everything good?
Yeah. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm so sorry I was late. I'm so sorry.
As long as you're okay, you don't have to apologize. You wouldn't have to apologize anyway.
I was not trying to at all blow anybody off. I literally looked down. I was having a phone call with somebody that I haven't heard from in a while, and I lost track of time a little bit. And suddenly I realized, wait a second, there's somewhere I'm supposed to be. So I apologize profusely. That was not normal for me. So
no worries. Clue Channel, welcome. So glad to see you. And folks, tonight, I'm sure because of the big panel, I'm going to have a rough time keeping up with the chat. So I'm going to count on my blue wrenches. Shout me out. Let me know if I'm missing anything, especially a question for the panel. That is so nice of you, Christian. The link to buy me, the reason I didn't post it was because I felt it was more important to post the link to Michael French's RetroBlasting's video that prompted all of this. So that's what's pinned to the top. No, the link to buy me a drink is always in the description below the video. So you can, absolutely. Or Netter, if you want to drop it in the chat. That is so kind. You certainly don't have to do that, but I know you guys. You just want to see me drunk. which is what makes it fun sometimes.
I have to ask Michael a question.
Okay.
Did you happen to pick up a package at the post office recently?
Like today?
I was supposed to check the P.O. box today, and then I didn't because the day got crazy and there was a big storm here as well.
Understandable, but you should have this right now. Those two discs.
Oh, thank you. So you were able to copy the discs? Oh, thank God.
Yes. And did you send me a link to upload the ISOs to you? I don't think I did that.
I haven't sent a link yet, but it's only because I was trying to work out what my Google Drive was going to be. Remember, I sent it one at a time.
Right.
I also have a full Dropbox, so I can just send you a login for that if you want to just upload.
I just shared a promo video I did with for deleted scenes on Dropbox. So I had to create a Dropbox account. So that'd be fine. So let's fill in everybody on what we're talking about here. We're kind of jumping the gun.
Yep.
So there's this video that I got linked up here that I want, please, everyone go watch it. Hit like, watch it to the end, drop a comment, even to say Troy sent me, whatever. Just, it's good for the video and everything. But actually, you know what, Michael, you want to just kind of give a quick synopsis of what the topic is?
Sure, I've written a speech. No, I'm kidding. I've just grabbed it.
While I was waiting for you, I was literally watching the preview video, the Patreon preview for the Widowmaker.
Widowmaker, yeah.
Wait. What was it? Christina Applegate, if she was a bored vampire.
Yep.
I laughed, and Netter's like, "What are you laughing at?" I'm like, "I'll show you later."
And look, that's no shade on Christina Applegate. She's amazingly attractive, but it doesn't look like ScarJo. It looks like Christina Applegate.
As soon as you said, it sounds so out of left field, and Greg's sitting here like, I can't even imagine what that looks like. But when you see the video, you're gonna go, "Oh yeah, I kind of see that."
Yeah, if she'd been cast as a peripheral character in a Twilight movie, that's what she would have looked like. Anyway, So I was watching a channel called Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader, and I believe his name is Spencer, and he is a physical media guru. Like he's younger than me, and yet he knows all about the different Laserdisc and VHS. I had a Laserdisc player in high school because I was that kid. I was like, I want a Laserdisc player. I don't need a PlayStation. I want a Laserdisc player. And so I was, buying widescreen movies and stuff, but he's gone in and he has an ear and an eye for how each release of a movie was mastered and audio mixed, which ones are good and bad, all that kind of stuff, which ones will take you back to the way, even if it's a lower resolution format, it might be more accurate overall to the way it was presented in its original theatrical release. He has all that knowledge. And he did this video that I ran across where he was talking about Warner Brothers DVDs from 2006 to 2009 were all made at Warner Brothers had multiple factories. That was the height of DVD all over the world. But this particular factory out of Pennsylvania called Cineram, they were unfortunately not making and pressing the discs properly. And they were in charge of a lot of television box sets, movie collection box sets. The list goes on and on, right? So
Warner Bros. Box sets.
Like that one.
Yeah.
And he said that they're all just gonna rot. They're all gonna, and I thought, I looked over my shoulder because I had just done a video about the Masters of the Air B-17 movies that I was recommending to people. If you like Masters of the Air, here's some other movies about B-17s. I had bought a box set online, sealed. It was the World War II collection, Volume 2, Heroes of something or another. But it was just single movie releases, just all packed in. It was like 5 or 6 movies in one box. Warner Brothers did that all the time. And I needed a copy of Clark Gable's Command Decision. That was why I bought the set. This thing was brand new. I noticed that the individual edition for Command Decision was between $60 and $80 used as a DVD. There wasn't even a Blu-ray. But I could get it in the box set for $30. And I was like, well, why wouldn't I? And then I get the box set here and I open them all up and I start trying to rip them in so that I can start pulling clips for and all the discs are toast. They're all rotted. They won't play. None of them. All 5 of them are dead. And I thought, my God. So I had another copy of one of the other movies in the set called Air Force, Howard Hawks film from 1943. I'd bought that singly on DVD when it came out back in the 2000s. So I ran upstairs and got it and threw it in. It's identical. The case, the disc art, everything, the SKU number, they're all identical. And I put mine in, fired up like a charm, ran the disc off, no problem. So I go back and I finish this video and He's like, yeah, all these discs rot. He goes, they all rot. He goes, that anything made at the Cinerama factory is a ticking time bomb. Batman the Animated Series, all your Dukes of Hazzard individual season box sets. So in other words, with Warner Brothers, you better hope your DVDs have a copyright of before 2006 or 2010 and up, because otherwise you're in a pocket where all bets are off. And that includes, sadly, a lot of the DC animated stuff, the classic stuff, and all of the classic Superman and Batman stuff. Your Batman Adam West DVD set, not your Blu-ray set, your DVD set, the original DVD set for the TV show, that can go belly up. All your animated series volumes, all your different Superman shows, George Reeves, Lois and Clark, Superboy, all those shows they go toast. Silverhawks, Super Friends, and that's not including the classic movies. Like the classic movies on there, the Jimmy Stewart signature collection, the Errol Flynn signature collection, the Gangsters collection, the Lost Forbidden Hollywood collections, a lot of stuff with like Walter William Powell and Myrna Loy, all that kind of stuff. It's all up for grabs now. Like all of it is like a matchbook grenade. Like you might have a set where your Superman with Adventures of Superman with George Reeves season 5 and 6, your set discs 2, 4, and 5 might work just fine, but 1 and 3 are rotted. And on mine, all of them might be rotted, and on somebody else's, it's only disc 2. You know, like it's nuts.
And that's where I came into it. I saw this video that you put out. I'm special because I'm a patron member, and so I get to see the videos before you all do. And in this case, it was a good thing, because as soon as he saw it, I looked over at Netter, and then I went right behind Netter and grabbed mine, and I immediately threw them in, and ripped those 2 discs. Would not have been able to rip the discs if they'd gone bad on me. Right. So, boom, I was okay. Made copies of those discs. Sent them off to Michael. Just boom. Here you go. You've got them. You will have them when you go to the post office.
I will be grabbing them tomorrow, guaranteed.
But they are copies.
Yep.
And so the labels are. Yeah.
I don't care about disc art. I just care about the content.
Because I know you're absolutely right. They're going to be as good as original, but the disc art looks a little washed out because it's printed. What are you going to do? But that's also why I said, give me your Dropbox. I will send you the ISOs of those.
Yep.
Real quick, let me say hi, because I just saw a new name jump in. I already said hi, but as long as I'm bringing it up, I already upgraded my Batman TAS. Superman TAS. Okay, so all the animated stuff to Blu-ray. Because of this guy over here, I actually got the whole Superman TAS on Blu-ray. So I lucked out on that one in particular. Real quick, say hi to Gorilla Random Thoughts. Thanks for being here, friend.
Yes, I have another name right underneath that one.
Susan. Welcome.
Age Boomer, I got to tell you, Dirty Harry, the DVD set is on the list.
No!
Oh crap!
I have to go through. I got the list from after watching your video, because I went over and everything. I haven't had time to check mine sets. I'm super worried about my Superman, because I'm like you. I'm a huge. You can't tell, Superman's my all-time favorite, and I have just about everything. I haven't had time to go through my disc yet, and I'm really, really worried about that, because I have never experienced disc rot ever since I've been collecting. And this has got me worried, because
I take immaculate care of my discs like you do.
Me too.
There's nothing they rot within sealed boxes. Like my Adventures of Superman seasons 5 and 6 was in the original shrink wrap. It was bought fresh. I just never gotten around to. All the other ones have been opened. Something back years ago I dropped off from keeping going with the series, and I never got to open it, and it didn't matter.
So real quick, I want to. I just flashed a bunch of names. Thanks so much for being here. I guess I got a Gorilla Random Thought raid thank you everybody for being here. Hope you enjoy the show, and if you're not, I'd be super encouraged if you subscribed and came back every Friday night at 9-10 Eastern. This particular one,
Yeah.
Of all the seasons, I only have 2 box sets. I don't remember what the other one is, and this one. This one I specifically had because there's a little story here. I think I've shared on stream. I don't know if I've shared with you guys before. Netter and I used to go down to Metropolis, Illinois for the Superman celebration every year up until COVID. And one of we met a lot of cosplayers there. You know, I did Otis until I lost weight. Then I started doing Lex Luthor.
Right.
Netter, of course, Supergirl, and then she was a big hit as Miss Teskmacher. I
I can imagine.
I made that pinstripe suit with the wide collar and the buttons, and everyone knew just immediately without they just knew, and we'd be walking down the street, Miss Teskmacher. Like, okay, there you go. One of the blokes that I met there was this guy named Keith who always did the George Reeve Superman, and he did sometimes he'd do it in like the like brown and gray. Sometimes he do, you know what I mean? Yeah. Sometimes he do the color one. Well, he and one time he got with a couple other people and they did black and white with like the gray tones on the face and everything. Yeah. But he did a skit where they reenacted one of the episodes from this box set. I don't remember what season it was. Right. It's the episode where somebody's on the slow moving saw. The saw is going to cut them in half and whatever. He jumps in front of it and it rips off all the blades. He reconstructed that whole set so that he could do that on stage.
That's cool.
And honestly, I don't even remember what role I played in it. I don't remember at all. And I bought it while I was there in Metropolis and had him sign it.
Oh, that's cool.
You know, and he's like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Well, I'm not going to get George Reeves' signature, so yeah." You know?
Yeah.
And I'm not buying this for the value or anything, but you know how I feel about physical media. So as soon as I saw your video, I was like, fuck, man. So I immediately, real quick, got to say hi to Maria. She had us on her channel earlier today. That's why she's stopping by to encourage and support, because she is so awesome. Pleasant Valley Picker, welcome. Good to see you. I came over from the Gorilla stream. Thanks so much for being here, all of you guys. And if I didn't say hi to you earlier, Disney Sheep Herder, sorry. So you're awesome. Thanks so much for being here. A lot of you guys that I'm seeing here, I know you guys have bought me drinks. I owe y'all a song. It will be coming up. This was going to be a pretty dense one, so bear with me. But anyway, so this is the situation. We have a bunch of Warner Brothers, a whole batch of Warner Brothers DVDs that are FUBAR. Potentially. What do we do? I mean, there's really only one option, and that's exactly what Michael and I are doing here. It's mine works, yours doesn't. I'm going to rip a copy of it, send it to you, and upload you the ISO so that you can make your own copy, if you want. If the artwork isn't good enough, you can, whatever. Again, you can print another copy.
Again, I paid for the content. I've always kept my packaging immaculate. I've never really been that particular about. I've had to replace certain discs that had mastering errors, which is not rot. It's more like the one disc at the factory didn't do right, and so you're like, I was watching a Masters of the Universe DVD years ago from like season 2, volume 2 or something. And that one disc in the set just, in the middle of an episode, but interestingly enough, when I ripped it, I tried to just rip it to see what would happen. It ripped fine because apparently it was a secondhand copy. And I think somebody had scratched the disc. And so it ripped better than it could play. And I was able to make a copy. So when you open up my set, there's like the picture disc, and then on top of it floating is like this DVD-R that's like the one you play when you want to play it in the TV. So I care about the content. I don't worry too much about, the other stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like, interestingly, I picked up, and this was a while back, there was 4 discs of a series. It was a spin-off of RoboCop, the series. It was called Prime Directives. Actually pretty good. And I think it was 4 discs, and one of the discs would not play. There was nothing wrong with it. It just wouldn't play. So I ripped it, made a copy, and it worked just fine. And I was like, okay, good. Because I actually had even returned the disc and gotten a replacement, and that one didn't work. So I'm like, there's something fundamentally wrong with this one disc. Had to make a copy of it just to make it work. But both of you guys have gotten discs of some kind from me at some point. I think both of you have gotten my copies of the Star Wars Holiday Special.
Yeah. Show my avatar.
Yeah.
Show my avatar, because you were just talking about it.
Oh, right. Yeah. Let me, how do I
just don't do the same thing I always do. Yeah, that's what I usually do.
How do I focus on you?
They don't make it easy or clear.
It's
No,
like
they
You gotta
don't.
grab it now and then move it where you are.
No, that doesn't do it. Hold on a second.
Hit the little box in the corner of her thing.
Solo layout. There we go.
Yeah.
There's the mist. Yeah, that's a suit that she had, and I literally fabricated those buttons and the lapels myself.
Yep. Good
and
work.
that makes all the difference,
Yeah.
Had to shave off my beard, for crying out loud. And that's obviously a bad wig.
Well, you sacrifice for your art, Troy.
I do. It's what we do. Thanks, Netter. But yeah, you guys have both been subjugated to the holiday special by me, and the added bonus is getting those discs. So I've always told people when I send them something, look, if anything goes wrong with it, just let me know and I'll fix it or make another copy or whatever the case is. Bottom line of this story is that is your first solution. I think the community is going to have to solve this problem themselves, reach out and do the whole exactly what the studios don't want you doing.
Right.
We're gonna have to share the media, because look, we paid for it.
Yep.
It really should be up to Warner Brothers to make it right. But are they going to? I doubt it. I can't imagine they would.
No.
And why is this not a perfectly viable reason? This may not technically fall under fair use, but I think it certainly falls under the spirit of fair use. You paid for it. You deserve to have a copy. I mean, often, and I was sharing this on Maria's stream earlier today, there are times I will buy a DVD, and in the ones I'm thinking of in particular are out of print Doctor Who DVDs. And they're now going for like $50-$60.
Yeah.
So when I get it, I immediately make a copy, put the original away, and it's the copy that I watch when I watch it.
Yep.
See?
Yep.
And guys, I'm not a lawyer, but that's fair use.
Yeah, if you're
Right.
not selling it, you're just backing up your own property. That's not illegal. As long as you're not distributing it, it's
right.
then you're fine.
You're allowed to make copies of your own stuff you own.
Yep.
The analogy I made was back in the day when we used to buy albums, and then we would make a copy on cassette.
Yep.
Why did we do that? Well, twofold. It protects the vinyl, right? And as soon as you got a car, I think you guys are, I think, younger than I am, but when I was 16, 17 years old, they were starting to put cassette decks in cars. They never put a phonograph player in a car, as far as I know. Can't even imagine how that would work. So you'd want to put that cassette in to listen to it in the car. you know?
It's okay, Troy. The very first car that I remember did not have a cassette player in it that my parents owned, a Toyota Corona. And Corona. And yeah, when we started seeing cassette decks in cars, I was younger than you, but I remember it being a big deal. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Side quest, Greg, what was your first car?
Oh, well, it's a little yellow. Was it? I want to say it starts with an. I don't want to say Fiat. What do I want to say? It was this little yellow piece of junk. I sold it to the junkyard for like $50 when I was done with it. I cannot remember what it was. It was. What do I want to say? I know it starts with an F, but I cannot.
You would know that, Scott. 64 GTO did have a 45 RPM player. And every time you hit a bump, it would skip, right? I can't even imagine that.
Yeah, what a bad idea.
Yes. Everything before my first car. Well, okay, I take that back. My first car didn't have a deck in it. But before that, my dad had an 8-track player in his car. Hated that damn thing. Because the whole concept of 8-track, you know, you'd listen to songs in blocks. And if there was like a song in there, there was no way to skip it. You could only skip the whole block. I hated that.
Wow.
It was weird technology. But then we got to cassette and it's like, okay, I can fast forward a little bit, get to the next song. And then CDs. I'm like, wow, you can literally skip to the next song. Let's skip
a little Ford Fiesta.
Ford Fiesta. How about you, Boomer? What was your first car?
I don't know why I was thinking Fiat.
First what? Sorry, first what?
What was your first car?
A Dodge Omni. I'm hearing crickets.
No. It's a decent car, sure.
Yeah, if you say so.
Mine was, you guys are going to laugh. It was a 79 Ford T-Bird. It was a boat. It was white and with burgundy trim. It was beautiful. It did have AM FM radio, which was actually pretty nice. It was the first car I remember having FM radio. And I thought about when cassette decks came out of installing it, but I wrecked it before that happened. So I ended up buying a secondhand Chevy Chevette. I said, hey, I'm driving a Vette. Chevette, but it's a Vette.
Yeah.
And it had a cassette deck in it. So that was pretty cool. Except the hatchback leaked. And one day I went out after a rainstorm and found about 6 inches of water in the floor of the car. It was
and mold.
Yeah, it was not a pretty thing. That was a bad car. Car. Anyway, so there was a little tangent because I wanted to talk about, cassette decks, and you absolutely have a right to make a copy of for your own personal use. The other thing that I think is great is fan edits. Being able to take a movie that you really like, except for this one little thing, you can, pull that into a video editor, take out the scenes you don't like or whatever. The one that I talk about the most, of course, is Bram Stoker's Dracula. If you take out any of the scenes that have to do with that reincarnation love story, good. It's actually a pretty good movie. There's a shared fan edit out there called, I can't remember who it was that did it, but I got it pressed on DVD. I bought a copy of Bram Stoker's Dracula, so screw them. But it's, the tagline for Bram Stoker's Dracula was "Love Never Dies." The tagline for the fan film is "Love Never Was," and I love the hell out of that. The other one that probably once I do an edit of it or find the original edit of it, I may share on a stream someday. The porn parody of Star Trek: The Next Generation. If you take out the well, the sex, it actually is a good episode of Star Trek. Better than anything we've gotten since Kurtzman took over. It's like the people in the industry know Star Trek better than the people that are writing Star Trek now.
Well, I read a whole this is years ago when those parodies were, they found that legal loophole where they said, we'll just name them This Isn't Fill in the Blank.
Yes.
Triple X, right? There was one director who was doing most of them, and they did this whole write-up about him. And it was like one of those things where it was like a fly on the wall reporter who was able to just sort of be embedded with him for, like a week or whatever.
Right.
And he was working on, in the article, it said he was doing something with like the DC characters, like Superman and all those characters.
Yeah.
And it talked about how the director would sit there and he talked about how the costumes were immaculate. The sets were exact. He's like, he directs them in their lines and stuff and gets them to do the thing. He goes, and then I'll never forget the article says, now it's time for the sex. The director gets up, hands the script and everything over to his AD and leaves. And
really?
Yes. And it was this whole thing about how this guy, it kind of painted it like he'd always wanted to be like a narrative storytelling filmmaker in the big genres. Like he had passion for these genres and stuff, and he never could break through the Hollywood system. So he found himself doing this, but they wanted to do these parodies, and he wanted to do the parodies where the only part of the parody really, aside from maybe some of the actors not being so great, the only part of the actual parody was the sex itself. Everything else. So like apparently there was one movie he did, I can't remember, he might have done this a few times, but I know for a fact he did it at least once, where if you bought it on physical media, you could actually watch a streamless branching version that had all the sex scenes cut out.
Really? I'm going to have to do it myself from scratch, I think. But,
I'm editing. Shut up. I'm editing.
I'll make that sacrifice for you guys. So I'm
not watching it.
But it was a really interesting article because it was inspiring, but at the same time, it was kind of sad because he was doing the work better than the studios.
Yes, that's what it comes down to.
It sounds a bit,
And I have talked, obviously, Netter and I have been in the cosplay community for a long time. And especially with these superhero costumes, it's like, and Star Trek, of course, people get really, really picky about it. And there are some people that are, like catty, they, whatever. But the vast majority of them are, and we would do this. There was a bloke down in Metropolis who, Michael, you're down south, so you're used to hot weather. But up here, Greg and I are on basically the same latitude. We got the winters, we got the summers, and the summers aren't that hot usually. But I'm like at the north, Chicago end of Illinois. You go to the Kentucky point, and it gets literally. Netter and I drove. It took us, 5 hours to drive. We were wearing jackets when we left Chicago. We got into Metropolis and I was like, I'm gonna die, So you're walking around Metropolis and there's these guys in spandex with these huge sweat stains, under their arms, which doesn't look so good. All it takes is one person with a little bit of experience, though. And in this case, Netter went up to this bloke. She's like, you know what you can do? Believe it or not, you put a maxi pad, right in your armpit. It'll stay all day, and you'll never get those. And he's like, that's brilliant. He's like, the only thing is, you can't get the, when you wash, the sweat, the smell stays in this. She says, vodka. Just spray it with vodka. Kills all the bacteria, takes that smell right away.
And it doesn't smell like alcohol.
It doesn't smell like alcohol. And you can do it on just about any material. You can do it on spandex. You can do it on wool. You can do it on whatever. Whatever you don't want, either you can't wash regularly or you wash and the smell doesn't come out, vodka will take it out. Absolutely. Anyway, another tangent. You may or may not have known, but
I'm just visualizing a cut line in an alternate, universe from the 60s Star Trek where Chekhov just turns around to the rest of the bridge crew and he's like, "You do know that Febreze was invented in Russia." And everybody
yes, absolutely.
What?
Absolutely. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, so I have no idea why I went off on that tangent anymore. You get far enough into a drink and you just and so Greg, I know you're sitting here going, so why the hell am I here? The reason I brought you in, is because you, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the way it went. You weren't aware of Michael's video until I sent you a link to it, and then you went and checked it out.
I hadn't got to it until you sent it.
Which of course would have led you back to I'm sorry, what was the
damn ideal,
damn fool idealistic
crusader. Damn fool idealist.
I couldn't remember his. I said it 3 times in the video when I was recording it. Then when I got to the 4th time to say it, I literally had a brain fart and couldn't remember it.
And all you could do, you're picturing Alec Guinness in your head, and it's like, which line of his?
Yeah. So I just had to do this jump cut where I was like, you know what? Screw
exactly.
it.
Exactly.
It takes me a minute to remember him too, because Tom from
I was a Jedi Knight, the same as your father. That sounds like the name of the YouTube.
What's that channel again, Tom? And he's like, oh, it's the damn fool. I'm like, yeah, that guy.
Yeah, that guy. I mean, once you watch it enough, maybe it does come across. Oh, wait a minute, someone's trying to get my attention. Samuel Proctor. Have you ever heard of course I have, a streaming service where you can make personal sensors for me? Oh, I did not know that was an option. That's actually a great idea. I used to belong to a church where they'd be like, if I could get like an edited version of such and such movie, I would love to do that, whatever. Heck, there was a buddy of mine who had wanted, it never happened, although I could have done it for him. For whatever reason, it never worked out, but he wanted an edited version of Spider-Man, the original Sam Raimi, so that his son could see it. It was, there's just, you know exactly the scenes that I'm talking about that need to be.
Is there some rain in it and some coldness?
Yeah, it was pretty cold. Yeah, I have 2 points to make about that scene. Oh my gosh, Analog Toys. Welcome. What time is it there? It's got to be. Do you know what time it is in Australia?
While you guys are having this discussion, I need to go grab some aspirin real quick. I'll be right back.
He's going to the potty. You know it.
No. I really am. It's because of this neck condition. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Exactly. No, I get you. Tony, so glad that you're here. I know you've been super, super busy, but then again, these guys have been real busy too. Oh, good picture to leave us with. Nice. I am amazed by that hat. That is the Indiana Jones hat. There is no doubt about it. You know what, Greg, check out his videos when you get a chance. He explains the minutia of details about, why the hat, how you know that it's the official hat and so forth. It's amazing. Oh, it's almost 11 a.m. It's not like it's the middle of the night there.
Yeah. I usually get some Australian folks in my chat, so.
Yeah, and he's on the the East Coast or the easterly part of Australia, I believe. I think. I'm not positive, Tony. By no means do you need to dox yourself, but buddy, saw your video earlier today, your Patreon video about your new room. It looks awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for the tour. That's going to be, Oh, you're West Coast. So you're left coast. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Fair enough. But anyway, Greg, so the reason was, had you take a look at it. You didn't know about that.
No.
And you and I are cut from the same cloth in that we both have a huge conviction about physical media. In fact, when I first started my stream, I had intended to make physical media a bigger part of my channel. And then I came across your channel. And I'm like, oh, screw it. I'll just send everybody over to him.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, I became a member of your channel. And, it's like,
Thank you.
I'll support you. Because you already know more than I will ever know about physical media and the whole shtick. But talk us through this. This is not in any way an indictment of physical media.
No. This is the people that produced the physical media that didn't really care about
in one specific, albeit large
factory, I believe.
Yeah,
was the thing. And the thing is,
it is a significant portion of my DVD collection.
Yes,
that I'm going to have to address and look
worried about.
I'm going to have to get over to. I haven't. Since I saw Michael's video, I haven't gotten over to Damn Fool Idealistic Crusades channel yet to check out the list of videos. But I have a lot of them that I have copied, so the copies are probably fine. I made a copy; it's good. They're my copies, so. But if there's ones that I haven't opened yet or haven't gotten to or whatever, I just got lucky with these 2 Superman discs, but I haven't checked them all yet.
I have not checked mine. That's what I'm worried, because like I told Michael and them, I have never experienced disc rot. I have never had that problem. None of my CDs, none of my DVDs, none of my Blu-rays, never had disc rot. But I love the hat. But now that I see this, I have to go through and I have to go check my, because that's the stuff I'm worried about the most.
Yeah.
As the collector of Superman, because that's my favorite hero of all time.
So
and I gotta have
what we need to do, guys.
Backups and stuff.
This is my thought. What we need to do is exactly what I've done with Michael here. If you have a disc that's gone bad, and I happen to have that disc and mine is okay, I'll make you a copy. I'll, upload you the ISO so you can, that's probably the easiest way. I can make an ISO of it, drop it in a Dropbox for you. You can print your own copy. That's the fastest, easiest way. Or I'll, if you don't have a writer, then I'll just, rip it and make a copy myself and mail it to you. You guys already have your mailing addresses. I would need a mailing address from the rest of y'all that are in that situation, and we'll work together and we'll do our best to fix and complete our collections. That's my thought. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree. I've got. I'm sorry, Greg. I didn't mean to step on your answer.
No. I was just saying I agree.
Yeah, I've been periodically ripping a lot of different DVDs over the years, mainly rare animation, which, silly me, I didn't get around to doing Super Friends until I found out about this. I was doing all the stuff I thought was really rare and out of print, like Galaxy Rangers and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I was ripping it for the purposes of getting ready to do retrospective. So I wasn't even ripping ISOs. I was ripping MKVs of the individual episodes. Like I was just getting the content one-to-one off the disc. So with some of these, I'm going to have to, like with Silverhawks, it ripped just fine when I archived it. But when I saw it on the list, I ran back and re-ripped it as ISO and got all, and my Silverhawk set seems to be like your Superman set. It was fine. So yeah, Thundercats, I just ripped.
I'm not saying the set is fine. I'm just saying those 2 discs were fine.
Yeah, those 2 discs. But
I haven't even checked yet. Other ones.
I've got the entire rest of Adventures of Superman in ISO, all of it, all fine, all correct.
Good.
Your problems.
That should make you whole at least on that. That's
yes.
So the Clue channel is saying, why can't Time Warner just sell the ISOs as a digital download? I'll tell you why. For exactly the reason we're talking about here, because once you download that ISO, then you can share it with the world, and they don't want you pirating it.
Yep.
However, what Warner can do, because they're good about this. The other studios, not so much, is they could turn it into a print on demand kind of situation where they've got the masters. They can print a disc and send it to you. For example, I don't know what all they have in their print on demand service, but the guys, help me out here. It was the Batman 66, the roast thing that they did, and Return to the Batcave or whatever. That was a disc that was only released as a print on demand prospect. Right. So I would pay for it. They would literally create the disc for me and send it to me, and no problem. Great. Now they should have that as an option for all of these discs. Hey, but see, Michael, you brought this up in your video, but I see there's a problem from their trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say they were trying to do the right thing. You go back to them and you say, my, whatever, disc is gone bad. They're going to want some proof that you paid for it, that you bought it and paid for it. And if it's something that you've had sitting on your shelf for a couple of years, you don't have a receipt or anything like that.
Right.
So that's the big problem.
Yep. And that was the argument that Spencer had to get into them with about, hey, I've got the SKU numbers. I can send photographs. I've got the actual sets right here in front of me, but I don't have receipts going back for these purchases to 20 years ago. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. That's pretty reasonable. And did anything come of that? Did they?
The Warner Archive, a box showed up unexpectedly because he was communicating with them via email. A box showed up unexpectedly, containing a number of Warner Archive edition manufacture on demand re-releases of a number of the titles that had rotted, but it's in no way a complete library. In other words, a lot of the things that have rotted, like Adventures of Superman, Lois and Clark, stuff like that, those are only available like by the season on Amazon Prime digitally. Like it's not, Warner Archive has not done a re-release of those.
So that tells me if you are going to go, see, you shouldn't have to pay for it again. They should say, okay, fine, we'll flip the switch on it and you get it, on Amazon. And if you get it on Amazon, then I would just pull it down and print your own copy. Now, look, I understand the things that I'm saying, making copies of DVD, pulling something off a stream. Not everyone has the technical knowledge to do that. I think Michael already answered somebody in talking about what software to get in order to rip the DVDs. Right. The one I use is DVD Decrypt. What was the other one?
The DVD Decryptor is great because I've used it for years because it's freeware. It's safe freeware. It's like VLC video player.
Yeah.
It's safe. DVD Fab is the one that you buy it, but it's
you got to pay for it. Yeah.
You got to pay for it. I don't like its interface as much as DVD Decryptor, but it is one that keeps up with the times. So in other words, it can do DVD, Blu-ray. I don't think it can do 4K because there's no way to then output that back onto a disc.
See, and I'm wow. Now I'm really glad we had this conversation because I did not know that DVD Fab kept up and would allow you to do Blu-ray, because there have been times I've wanted to do a rip of one of my Blu-rays, whether it's to do a watch along or whatever, or grab a clip, for a video or whatever. So,
well, then the one you want is Make MKV.
Make MKV. Okay.
That's freeware like DVD Decryptor. The only annoying thing about that is it's perpetually.
Sweetie, can you take a note for me? Make MKV, because otherwise, in my drunken fog, I'll forget. But
it's perpetually
Make MKV.
Yeah, it's perpetually
Mike Kilo Victor.
It's perpetually in beta, which means that you always go back to the message board, and I can send you the link to it, where they update the registry key every month or whatever, and then you just re-register with the free key. It's from them, the people that made it. And then what it does is it doesn't create ISOs or anything like that, but what it does do is it allows you to pick all the content off as self-encapsulated videos.
Nice.
So the movie or episodes, special features, things like that.
Well, I'll download it and play around with it. That definitely sounds like an option. Look, this is what I keep pointing out. You know, there's, when it comes to this, the studios wanting to combat piracy, right? Mm-hmm. It reminds me of Princess Leia, right? The more you tighten your grip, the more star systems will slip through your fingers. Uh-huh. The more you F around, the more people go screw you and either go to the torrents or whatever.
It's funny because I think even Michael's talked about this, is bootlegs are on the rise. They're like at an all-time high right now.
Yeah.
There's more people producing bootleg Blu-rays than studios are producing Blu-rays.
Yeah. Look, now. Everybody knows. I think everybody who follows me already knows. I have never paid for, dismal Disney minus, right? I won't
either.
And but you better believe that I saw the first 2 seasons of, I saw the first 3 seasons of Mandalorian, and the 3rd season sucked. It wasn't worth the bandwidth to pirate the fucker, but I did see it.
Well,
but I did enjoy season 1 and 2, so I bought the steel books for those 2. Now, you can't watch them because I don't have anything that plays what is it, Ultra HD?
Oh yeah, UHD.
4K.
Whatever it is, I don't have anything that plays it. But I figure I'll get them because someday maybe I will.
Wait, you talking about Mandalorian?
Yes,
no,
they just arrived yesterday.
It is now, but it wasn't for a long time. Disney.
Okay.
Yeah, they said that all the Disney Plus stuff was always going to be locked up on Disney Plus. That's the only way you could get it. So pay us monthly. And then suddenly they were like, oh, maybe we overplayed our hand on that. People are just saying, well, then we won't watch it. They're like, okay, fine.
I have a slightly different take on that, Michael. I consider you a friend. That's why I call you Michael. It feels weird to call you RetroBlasting.
I would prefer you call me Michael.
Okay. Just
I only have that on there because when I go on somebody else's stream, people don't know where I'm from. So
that's fair.
Yeah, don't call me
that's fair.
Call me RetroBlasting one more time. Like really. Go ahead.
Well, I
get the whip.
I want to respect people's branding, but it's at the same time, it's like, well, to me, I'm like,
Troy will tell you, Greg, don't say to me, get the whip, because
yeah. No, Greg follows you. He knows.
Okay.
He knows.
I watch your videos.
This is why, and I remember, and I've told this story before. Boomer has been like, I call him Boomer all the time, and he's like, Troy, my name is, such and such. And I'm like, well, of course I do, but I'm afraid that if I call you that all the time, I might dox you, and I don't want to do that. It's like the whole Clark Kent Superman thing. I'm going to keep calling you Superman because I'm afraid I might call you Clark when you're in costume. It's that kind of a thing. But yeah, with you, Michael, I don't have to worry. But yeah. It's now I got off on that tangent. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about.
I don't know. You know what kills me though?
Player for your steel book.
Yeah, I don't have. Yeah, okay, that's right. I was talking about Mandalorian, and look, I am incredibly minimalist about the money I'm going to give to fucking Disney. And those 2 seasons were good. I've watched them. I enjoyed them. Okay, fine. I think they deserve the money for those 2 seasons. I also am a big believer of maybe give a carrot once in a while when you're giving the stick all the time. Disney needs to learn, because they don't seem fucking capable of learning. They have and most of the studios did during this whole streaming debacle. They got rid of so many revenue streams. Most of them are intelligent enough to know, oh, gee, fuck, we're missing out on DVDs. Let's start releasing DVDs again. You know, it used
Except
to
in
be
Australia, where we canceled them anyway.
For fuck's sake, you're absolutely right. Yeah, well, that's a whole other thing. But and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but for the sake of everyone watching, everyone who might watch in the future, maybe who hasn't seen previous videos of mine going off on this rant, it used to be you'd release a movie and you'd make the money. Hopefully, you at least broke even or made a profit at the theater. Yeah. Keeping in mind, what's that?
I was gonna say, we just literally talked about this on my show with Tom. We was talking about the video.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. But I say it all the time. So I think my regulars are.
I'm right into this.
My regulars are kind of sick of hearing about it, you know, but I haven't seen Andy Masterson in a long time, so he may not have heard this story yet, but I'm going to be hanging out with Andy Masterson next week. Make sure you tune in, because we're going to be talking about custom action figures. Custom action figures like the Lou Ferrigno Hulk.
Ooh.
That's awesome.
And the I'll show you the Christopher Reeve Superman and Clark Kent. And we'll see some of his, and we'll be talking about how important it is that if these companies don't put these figures out that you want, you just make them yourself. Because what, Michael? Fans are doing the best work.
That's right.
Yeah,
not saying it's the best work, but it at least satiates what I want. You know?
We need a Dick Dirk Hawk.
A who?
Dick Dirk, the Swamp Thing. He was the Hawk in the Hawk. The Hawk.
That is true. That is absolutely true. I totally forgot. Good point.
Hey, you also need a orange saran wrap accessory for your Superman figure to throw at General Zod. Or whatever that was.
There was a whole skit they did in Metropolis about that. We laughed so damn hard. Anyway, it used to be you'd release a movie, and keeping in mind that whatever your budget was, double that to account for the marketing, triple it to account for the overruns and any other, issues that came up. So you need to make 3 times what you said your budget was just to break even.
Mm-hmm.
And if you did that, if you at least broke even, okay, good. Because then what you do is you release it on DVD and you make your profit. Then you license it out to the cable companies and make more money. Then you license it out to the terrestrial commercial television, where you get the edited version of it, but they're still making their licensing dollar. And then if it's something really big, you re-release it at the movie theater, or you re-release a special edition, or you whatever, or you then release the Blu-ray with extra footage or whatever it is.
Yeah, we get the point. Honey.
This is
yeah. Go ahead, Greg.
I was gonna say, we just talked about this because, with the whole Matt Damon thing, where he talked about how a lot of the movies
watched that video today. Yes,
he made in the '90s movies that today really won't get made, because if they would flop, that would be okay, because then once the DVD came out, they would make a whole another, but their budget back by doing that, because it's like another release. And then we talked about how Austin Powers flopped in the box
that's
office.
One, yeah,
and then it did so well on home video, it got a sequel, and it beat Star Wars, The Phantom Menace in the box office.
I didn't know that, but that's it, didn't it? It didn't do well enough in the theaters to say it made a profit. I think it came close to breaking even.
That's weird, because I remember seeing that in the theater when it came out, but I didn't realize it was a flop at the time.
It actually flopped. I believe Tom said it opened against the
That is the danger of something that's not a sequel, that's something brand new. We keep talking about that, right? Quit doing reboots, quit doing sequels, make something new. Well, there is the inherent risk. This is why they're all doing remakes and reboots and stuff,
because they cut off that arm of physical media release. So now those movies, original 90-minute movies, are not being made,
Exactly.
they're getting their second profit because either they're being dumped straight to streaming,
Guys,
or they're not even given a chance.
I'll tell you, there's another element that's missing. It only existed for a brief span in the late 70s, early 80s. Boomer and I have talked about this a number of times, where the pilot of a series would be created as a feature-length film. They did it for Buck Rogers. They did it for Battlestar Galactica. Why? Because you could justify the big budget for the special effects and all of that kind of stuff. Then you take it down to the small screen, you chop it in two, you make it, a two-part episode pilot, right? And then you start doing your episodes after that, and most of your special effects budget is reused footage from that original film. We joke about it, but it's not a terribly bad. Speak of the devil, you see his horn. Hey there, Tom. Good to see you. We were just talking about you and your last stream with Greg. We're talking physical media, specifically the link at the top there, Michael's video about this whole Warner Brothers debacle. So, Michael, what was the span of years again that we're talking about?
2006 to 2009, according to Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader and all the people on High Def Digest and Blu-ray.com message boards where they've all been talking about this. It's apparently 06 to 09 is the real danger zone. That's the blast zone. And then everything on either side, for a year or two, I guess you just want to be careful of.
Yeah. So again, I would highly recommend people check out that video that I got linked up at the top. That's Michael's video. And please, hit the like and, leave a comment just, because it helps. But yeah, I'd appreciate it because, Michael won't say it because he never promotes himself. He's a goofball that way. But I'm going to have to go back and watch the video again because it references Damn Fool Idealistic Crusade. I got to get over there, check him out, and get all the details because there's a list, right? He's got a list of videos that I need to compare against my, library. And
people they were wondering at first, just to be clear, they said, well, Michael, why didn't you put a direct link to the Google Docs in your video description?
No, go over to his video first.
That's exactly why I was like, the thing is he put the list together from a lot of research, going to all the different message boards and then searching his own library and testing it. And that's what social media is supposed to be. If he put the work in over there, you try and point people to that, so at least they go there and he gets the view as well because he did the work. So I didn't want to just circumvent his video work. I wanted him to get a little bit of a benefit from me having seen his video. You know what I mean? So
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's no, I agree with you. That's why I've got your video pinned at the top, and they can go check out your video and go check out his video, and look, I mean, it costs you nothing to go through the clicks, and it helps the creators immensely.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, Tom, it would be great if you could get him on. I haven't even checked out his videos yet, and I'm already becoming a fan. So, good stuff. But
I just noticed Michael's name change over there.
What's that?
Michael's
like
name.
Everyone else in my generation.
My name isn't RetroBlasting. I love it.
Oh, you think that's bad? I've had Michael on a bunch of times, and I think one time I was particularly drunk, and I think I called him Mike, and I was like, oh no, that's wrong. That's just no. I felt bad about that. I don't think he cared, but I was like, oh, why would I do that? I'm usually a big one. I call. Well, I can't even say your name, Boomer, but I say your full name. I don't shorten it. But I actually had friends in grade school that were like, "Is Troy short for something?" No, it's not. I want to
Short for Troyus.
Yeah, Troyonius or something. I'm like, okay, if you want to call me Troyonius, you absolutely can. It does actually sound pretty damn cool. But every Michael is not a Mike. That's true. That's true. I've always had a conviction about that. If it says Mike on your birth certificate, okay, I'll call you Mike. But if your name is Michael, I'm going to call you Michael. You know, it's just
I've just always, the only thing I care about, you can call me any version of Michael. I don't mind. I just don't want to be called by my last name.
Okay.
I know that's weird.
Yeah, that does seem kind of disrespectful. It's almost like when you use somebody's last name, unless you're in a culture where last names are the common.
Right. It's just most of the time there's always some guy in there who's like an amateur stoner in the group, and then he starts calling me Frenchie. Then
God.
Like, look, don't call me by my last name ever. Like, just don't. Like, I don't like it. Like, you can call me Mikey, you can call me Mike, you can call me Michael. I don't care. You can call me. I could
never call you Mikey.
Well,
that's just wrong.
But I just the last name thing for me is like pass. Also because they surrendered, so there was that.
Well,
anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, it's always been a conviction. There was a girl that I dated by the name of Jennifer, and I always called her Jennifer, and everyone else called her Jen. She's like, "Why do you call me Jennifer?" I'm like, "Because it's a beautiful name." And she was like, "Duh," and she then always loved to hear, me call her Jennifer. Then she left me for her abusive ex. So, dodged a bullet there. Met her a few weeks later, so it all worked out great.
Yeah, worked out. Yeah,
but
that's very much a Till There Was You movie plot right there. That worked out.
Till there was you. Yeah, no, absolutely true.
Yeah, you were the Dylan McDermott, and she was the Gene Triplehorn of the whole thing. It all works out. It's great.
Yeah. It's like then we have a friend whose name is Kimberly, and you must say Kimberly. I called her Kim once. She goes, "No, it's Kimberly. Call me Kimberly." I'm like, okay.
It's like, yeah, okay. Am I not allowed to make a mistake once?
Well, my name is Gregory, but I go with Greg. So.
See, that's great. I didn't even think about that because you've always been Greg. You say my name is Greg. It's what it says right now on the screen.
Oh, it's named after my mom's favorite soap opera character. So
this, for all of you, everyone that's like, let's not make it too political, but on a very slight side tangent, if this is how you present yourself to me and you introduce yourself as whatever your name is and whatever your gender is, I have no reason to doubt you, so that's how I'm going to know you. But if you decide next week that it's different, don't be surprised if it takes me a while to change, because, that's how I knew you.
I much prefer Greg. Not that Gregory is bad. That's what I've always gone by is Greg.
Here's the other side of that, right? I always want to call people by their full names, but if they always go by the shortened version of their names, the only time they ever hear the full version of their names is from their mom when they're in trouble. So,
Yeah, and Gregory, if said wrong or whatever, you just sound like an early medieval bishop. I mean, that's just cool. Like, no shade to medieval bishops. That's a kick-ass name. But, you'd have all the power in the fiefdom. I'm just saying that maybe when you're at IHOP or something, it's a little.
IHOP hates me every time I go to IHOP.
I was going to say, bishops, they knew how to consume grain the way God intended.
True.
Here.
That's right. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, everyone.
Yeah. That's funny because I assumed everyone would know that, and then I was like, well, wait a minute. We got some youngins in the house who might not. Holy cow! I've got an all-star lineup. First it was Tom, now it's Culture Casino. This is just flipping awesome.
Well,
see, I bring on the celebrities, you attract the celebrities.
So you know how everyone here on the panel remember how I was late. You know what I was also late doing?
What?
Getting the link out for it. So when I got on the thing and I was like, I felt like that reporter in the 1930s thing where I had like 7 phones And I'm like, the panel, I'm doing the thing, I'm getting the links out, I'm doing this. So all the links went out right at the first 15, 20 minutes of the show from my account. So
yeah. Oh, he follows me everywhere. Well, I mean, you guys do kind of run in a pack, so and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's kind of how it should be. Real quick, want to say hi to Drew because I saw you there. I told you guys I was going to be really bad about keeping up with the chat tonight. But
after dark.
There you go. Awesome. You guys are just awesome.
And did you say hello to Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective?
I did not, but Guinea Pig Collective, thank you so much for being here. You are awesome. Yeah, so I think we got to the crux of the problem. Warner Brothers effed up. They tried to cheap out. Look, I'm not even going to bust them for that. You outsource something. Well, wait.
No, they're all on big on film preservation. Those gangster sets were wonderful. They had all the shorts, all the extras, and then you put it on a crap DVD that's going to fail in a few years. I don't understand why you go to all the trouble.
Part. I'm talking about before that. When Warner Brothers licenses it out to a third party to make those discs, it's just business. We hire you to do something. We expect you to do it. What bothers me is, well, there should have been some follow-up. There should have been some quality control. There should have been something in place. You know, that's what I hold against Warner Brothers.
Yep.
And this studio that was doing the pressings, are they still even in business?
No, I don't think so. If they are, they're definitely not under Warner Brothers.
Well, they've shut down all the disc factories in America except for one. Is that one still open? I believe it's in Indiana. There's one left in America in Indiana. All the other
something besides
are Mexico and China and all those places.
No, that's just the Darwinism of business, right? You do a crap job, you put out a crap product, nobody buys, you go out of business. You know, it's just, congratulations. But
especially if you tick off big clients, like maybe they got wind of the quality control problems, and I don't know.
So this is interesting. There was more to it than I even realized. They put the guy in charge whose claim to fame was stealing the plot for Frequency. So for better or for worse, Zaslav is better than anyone they've had in the last 30 years. But here's the thing. On the one hand, good, they should go out of business because they effed Warner Brothers, they effed us, right? But on the other hand, there's no one there to be then accountable for us to go back to them and say, hey, you need to fix this, except Warner Brothers. And Warner Brothers, like I said, it does put them in the weird position of, well, how do I know you bought this thing? You don't have a record. I don't have a record. Okay, fine. And, if they're customer service is going, well, okay, you sent me pictures, you did all your due diligence, here we'll try to make it right. That's something, but I feel like that's the bare minimum. It's almost like, well, if we know this is a bigger problem for a lot more people, we should institutionalize this. We should come up with a planned solution, and then let all of our customer service know this is an issue we have. If anyone calls about this, transfer them to this department, they know about it, or this is what you do to help them, or we've set this up on our website so that they can, upload pictures and whatever and fill out a form or something, and we can whatever. But they should have just took all the people from New Line and let them run the show, everyone but Toby, and that's who they picked. Yeah, exactly. That does seem to be another problem, right? I mean, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And in a way, that's become a big problem in the industry right now. It's a big part of the collapse. And it's less the nepotism of who you know. It's what you are as opposed to what you know and what your skill set is. What do you believe, and what is your nation of origin, and what is your preference? That's why we're going to, hire you, whether you know how to do the job or not. But honestly, as much as we talk about that these days, it's nothing new. There's always been hiring for stupid reasons because it's not your company, but you're the hiring person. And so you hire your friends, you hire the good-looking person that you like, or whatever the case is, and then it all goes tits up, and then the company has to deal with it, and people start losing jobs. It happens over and over and over again, and what do I always say? If you don't learn your history, you're destined to repeat it, and we're pretty much repeating it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
DeLuca and Abdi are the best path forward. Both should be leading the company. You know, I'm Michael's going to kick me in the teeth for this, and rightly so. I thought when Zaslav came in, I thought, oh, good. Maybe we'll get some change. Maybe things will... And he said some things that were really good at the beginning, but yep, he turned out to be a complete, industry shill.
Why would I kick you in the teeth for saying that?
No, for the first part. The first part.
Oh, okay.
Well, he did say some right things. Like he had commented how now the people running Warner's before him were idiots, and he was right there. But he just strikes me as an hatchet man who doesn't like movies. That's what I am.
More specifically, he was saying things about Superman, and Superman should be the cornerstone. Blah blah blah.
I'm like,
yes, this is exactly what we need. And
then his POV is like Superman is our most one of our most recognizable characters, and we're doing nothing with them. I got that.
So let's bring in James Gunn. It'll be super. Okay.
Here's why I by default I don't like CEOs anyway. The modern CEO has they won't get anywhere with me. I'm distrustful of all of them. I don't care what their politics are, left or right. They're a CEO. They're not really political. They're like some sort of sociopathic money grubbing.
I should never even know what their politics are.
Exactly. 100%. My issue with the Zaslav thing was the fan base, which turned around and said, just like they did with Chapek and everybody else, they're like, he's going to save the company and save pop culture. And in this particular case, I went, David Zaslav just came out after trying to literally mothball Turner Classic Movies and said The Flash is one of the greatest superhero movies ever made. You're going to love it. And I went, that alone, like when I see a picture of David Zaslav, I'm literally looking at somebody who looks like a friend of my dad's. And I'm like,
yeah, that's true.
He doesn't know anything about movies. He came from Discovery. I guarantee you I can count on these fingers the number of movies in the last 20 years he hasn't fallen asleep through. And let me tell you, this guy knows nothing about superheroes. That film's going to blow. We all knew it. And it came out and it was horrible. And he bet the farm on it. Like he was like, cancel all these other films, do this, do that. But The Flash, this is it. And it's like,
that's, I mean, if the movie's that far in production and it's coming out one way or the other, what else is he going to say? But yeah, it kind of reminds me of that bit, the last season of Game of Thrones, when somebody asked Clark, what's her name? The one that played
Emilia Clarke.
Yeah, Emilia Clarke. What do you think of the last season? Best season ever. And it's like, it's very clear she doesn't mean it, but it's like,
she knew.
What else is she gonna say?
She knew.
It sucks. But you're absolutely right. His decision-making process is, I'll be generous and say it's suspect. Draw the comparison to the stuff you're hearing from Nelson Peltz right now, who is people are saying, well, you don't know anything about the entertainment industry. Yeah? Well, I know business. At least I know business. You don't know either. You don't know business and you don't know entertainment either. It's very clear from the past decade or so of your prospectus. I look at your profit margins and I know you don't know the entertainment industry, And yeah, sometimes it does take an adult to come in and go, look, I don't know this stuff, but I'm going to hire people that have past success in this area. My problem is not knowing the business. He may come in and go, maybe we need to give Kevin Feige more control over that Marvel thing because he's the one that created the success, right? No. But yeah. So he hasn't canceled everything. And that canceling. That reminds me, Greg, I sent you a video today. I don't know if you got a chance to see it.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but I will.
So
I've been busy. I've been really busy lately.
No. That's fine. That's fine. But I can't cite the girl right now. I'll share it in my various platforms and on my community tab later. She's not. Her channel is not about physical media. Usually, she's more. I don't know. I would say she's more like a hippy dippy channel, and she talks about like being a minimalist and stuff. And she's backing off of that. She's saying I became a minimalist and I gave away sold all of my DVDs to get rid of clutter, and now I'm regretting it. And she was explaining why physical media is important. Basically, all the stuff that Greg is oftentimes talking about, stuff you've heard me ranting about all the time. But she made a point that struck me. I had never made this connection before. I was close, but I never actually got there. And she said it. She was talking about, as we all have, the problem with streaming is you want to watch this and you think it's going to be there all the time, but nope, it's not. The day that you go to see it, and where is it? Oh, it's on another stream, or, oh, they've retired it, or whatever the case is. But even worse than that is, and she points out, and we've been seeing this recently, right? Where they take something off their streaming service and they mothball it. They take a tax write-off on it. The one that obviously comes to my mind is that Willow series that sucked, that nobody liked. So they take a tax write-off.
Yeah.
But she made an incredible point about it. She pointed out that if they kept it on their service now, especially after the new deals and everything from the last bunch of strikes, they owe residuals to everyone that worked on it. So they're actually losing more money than if they mothball it and take a tax write-off. I didn't make that connection before, because one thing we've always said about the streaming services is they don't make money off the streaming service. The most they make from you is your monthly subscription, so they could put as much or as little content on as possible, and they make the same amount every month.
This is why they have to add in commercials. This is why they have to do price hikes. This is why it's basically cable now.
And the other side of that is
you're realizing,
when you have the other side of it where it's special effects intensive, big name stars, all this kind of stuff, all this cost, and from what we're hearing from Disney, cost overrun upon cost overrun. And now we're going to have to pay more money when it should be making us profit. Now we got to pay more for residuals. We can't afford it. We're already in the negative. We're going to go farther into the negative. No, let's just take a tax write-off and be done with it. I didn't make that connection until this girl said it. And I was like, she's right.
Yeah.
It's almost an extension of this whole, let's keep raising the minimum wage. Okay, well, they raise the minimum wage. They're just going to automate you out because they can't afford to keep running their business, so at, the so-called minimum wage. And this is kind of what happened with the strikes. Okay, great. You get your residuals, but now we're going to mothball your series, and you're not going to get any residuals because we can't afford it.
Yep. Honestly, that's one of the reasons why the actors all went on strike.
Yes.
Regardless of what they say, both those strikes failed. They pretty much failed.
Yeah. But yeah, it's absolutely insane. And it's a multi-pronged thing. You can't, and I've heard Tom say this too, and I've heard so many others on so many other channels. Look, we complain about it being woke and it sucks, but that's not why it sucks. It doesn't suck because it's woke. It's the woke causes us to roll our eyes, and we could forgive it if it was an enjoyable show or film. It's also not that. And not only that, but because it's a sequel or something in a franchise and you're breaking canon, you lose all the fans. Also, you're not releasing it at the theater. You're putting it on stream. You're not making any money. There's so many places where they're making these horrible, horrible decisions that are losing the money. And I know these things take a long time, but I honestly believe, without knowing anything, I don't know any insiders or anything like the big channels do. Just Joe average guy looking out, of the cave, looking at the shadows. I'm thinking Disney is not doing as well as they would have you believe. They're definitely, I feel like they must be pulling an Enron here, cooking the books to look better than they are. There's no such thing as too big to fail, and I don't think they're near as big as they're implying that they are. And this is gonna collapse on them. What happened to that Hulu deal? Weren't they supposed to buy Hulu?
I believe they're still in the process of buying Hulu. There's something kind of like where they've already owned a part of it as already, and I think they have to wait for something to go through before they own it completely.
Yeah, maybe it's a check. Maybe they don't have the cash to pay for it. Because they're also talking about buying Hasbro. I'm like, oh yeah, you're going to buy Hasbro too? You just keep buying stuff and then doing crap with it. You still haven't made your money back from buying friggin' Lucasfilm.
Well, according to them, they did. They made $12 billion.
Sure, in their Enron accounting, they did. But channels like WDW Pro and Valiant Renegade have crunched those numbers and gone, yeah, no, they have not made that money back. But you're right. There's a lot of pixie dusters out there that, oh no, they said movie made this much. This was its budget. That was their profit. Okay, dumbass. Fine.
It's because people don't understand. Sorry, Age of Boomer. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I finished up what you were saying. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say people. It's like the normal people don't understand. They'll see a movie like, say, Ant-Man. They'll say, well, it was the most successful. It made the most money opening weekend of any Ant-Man film. How you think this movie flopped?
That was released on the third Wednesday of the month, and
they don't understand that. Yeah, it may have opened better than them, but in the long run, it made less money than all three of the first. The first two. I mean, so they don't understand that.
You gotta
just see those numbers and think it's a success.
When you start listening to the political double talk, like I said, first, it made more money than any Marvel film that was released in December, the third week. When Mercury was in retrograde. Oh, brilliance! That means it was so successful. But I have to admit, there's a couple of videos that I got in my to watch later. One of them's a Midnight's Edge video. There's a couple WDW pros that I'm like, I need to see these before Geeky Geezers on Sunday because, Now
you had, I think I heard mentioned though that some of these like big box sets are now rotting away, but then the re-releases later on in the cheaper sets like the TCM 4-packs are perfectly fine, which I thought was interesting. I don't know if you had any comments on that. Just those are safe because they came out later. Is that what it is?
I believe so. I believe that's what Michael said, is like if they were released after 2009 or reprinted afterwards, I think they're safe because those were different factories and stuff like that.
This does, however, bring up something that we've kind of all known and maybe taken for granted. You buy something can happen to it, whether it's this kind of a situation, natural disc rot over time, or you have a terrible flood that wrecks your house and walls.
Funny.
And,
it's funny though. Some of the DVDs that I lost, which like those Warner North sets, I had those and they got messed up in the flood. I had to get rid of them. Now I find out they would have rotted away anyway. I had the Dog Day Afternoon 2-disc edition. I think I got the the box set that came with Dog Day Afternoon, Network 2-disc edition, and All the President's Men. And yeah, those got messed up, and they probably would be rotting at this point too. But I'm very angry about that Dirty Harry set, because that was a fancy box set they released. That was like a premium DVD set, and for it to be falling apart. And I'd been on the fence about getting it replaced with a Blu-ray set, and I said, nah, the DVDs. I mean, because I don't have a 4K TV, so I don't. The upscaling looks fine on a regular on like an upscaling player. I thought the transfers were good enough. I'll hold off on the Blu-ray for now. Now it's like you can't even get a Blu-ray set with them, which has all 5. They have the 4, but they don't have the Deadpool for some reason, and they don't have it in a separate set either. And it's annoying. And then you go on Amazon, and then you go to buy you see a 5-disc set there, but then it's probably the one from Europe, and it's in Spanish, and people are complaining because Amazon can't seem to sell things that are domestic when you do the searching. It's always sorry, I'm going on a rant.
I just wanted to comment. Culture Casino. Check out Michael's recent video about the Indiana Jones costume details. Specifically about the hat, and you'll know exactly why that hat looks so darn good on him.
Well, but also, just in case it's specific to me, I won't make this about me, but I do want to have another answer to that question. So in the 70s, Helen Mirren, she's always been in her prime.
Midnight's Edge's own Helen Mirren.
That's right. Helen Mirren, she did an interview on one of those late night like interview shows in Britain, like Parkinson or something like that. And there's this interview where part of the interview is really funny. You can see the clip on YouTube where they ask her, because the British back then were still rather fastidious in the establishment, and the host looks at her and says, "I've heard that you like a man in a leather jacket." And she goes, "Oh, yes." She goes, I do. And he goes, "I just don't understand. I feel like if I put on a leather jacket, I'd walk around looking like a wallet or something. I just don't." and she's so calm, cool, and collected, as she always has been.
Right.
And she looks at him and she goes, "Oh, no. If you're a man in a leather jacket, you've got to live in it. You live in it. It becomes part of you, And so my answer to Culture Casino is, I've been wearing these hats since 1989. So when you live in them, it just becomes like a thing. And so that probably helps. I'm not trying to derail the conversation, but just to say, there are a lot of people, when I used to wear my hats into the office, when I had a traditional job and stuff, they would actually tell me, "Wow, I could never do that." And I'd be like, "Why? Are you a lizard person or something?" Like, "Oh." Like, "I just feel like it would look too tall on me. I feel like it would be this and that." I go, "No, you're just not used to it. Like you're like, once you get comfortable in, I mean, any airport I've been in for the past 30 something years, I've looked something like this at the airport.
Yeah.
But it's just, so when you live in the stuff, it just becomes second nature."
Yeah,
that's part of it.
It's just a matter of putting the hat on, looking at yourself in a mirror, and going,
"Yeah,
man, I look pretty good."
Yeah, you know how some predator animals can smell fear?
Yeah.
Well, if you put on a hat and you feel like you look insecure or look stupid, then you will look stupid.
Yeah.
Because everyone else will smell it on you. They'll be like, "Oh, that's not working for him." But
But I'll tell you, and it's not just hats, it's suits, it's everything. You go and get yourself a nice suit, get it fitted for you. Because men, I'm sorry, you're always buying your suits way too small. You are bigger than you think you are. But regardless of how big you are, if your suit fits you, you will still look sharp in it.
Yes.
You get yourself a nice suit, you wear yourself a nice hat, and you go out with all the confidence in the world, and there will be that one girl that tells you, "Man, you look good."
Yep.
That's it. You're done. That's you from now on.
I walked into a Barnes & Noble one time. This was like almost 20 years ago. I walked into a Barnes & Noble on my lunch break from work. I was at an office job, so I had a suit on and stuff, and I had a hat. Not this one, but another one. And the lady behind the register, just out of nowhere, I'm sitting there browsing CDs. Remember when Barnes and Noble still sold CDs? And, and the lady behind the counter, I just heard this, you are wearing that hat. And I looked over and I went, I'm sorry, what? And she goes,
oh, yes, I am.
You're wearing it. You are wearing that hat. I'm like, thank you. You know, like,
okay.
Yeah. And yes, Jesse, many vendors do sell the gray version of the hat that Harrison Ford wore in Raiders. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I get compliments on my fedora, because this isn't the only fedora I have.
Right.
This I wear for streams and for formal occasions.
Right.
And I have, felt fedoras, that I wear on a daily basis.
Yep.
One black and one brown. But anyway, I always get compliments. Oh, you look so good in that. I wish more people wore them. I'm like, anyone can at any time.
What's your hat size?
I have no idea. Well, because I've had the same hats for years. Oh, this one's completely worn off. I can't even see.
Here, let me see.
I don't think. I'm blinding everyone with my baldness.
No. Bald's been in since Picard. You're fine. The reason that I ask is because Melinda 2 years ago, she wanted Stallone released the official.
There you go.
Nice.
I did this when I did my Joe Bob stick.
It's a little bit Western, but I like it.
Yeah, it's my cowboy hat.
I was about to make a slight joke that Greg has a beta hat that he wears in formal occasions. VHS. But,
VHS and beta. Yeah, exactly. But he doesn't want beta mail. That's why.
The reason I asked Troy is because it was around 2020, 2021, something like that. I got Melinda the official Sly Stallone replica Rocky hat.
I'll check
and the first one that showed up was slightly too small for her.
Oh, the pork pie type of thing?
Yeah. So they wouldn't take it back because it was in the middle of the whole pandemic thing. And, so I had to just buy her flat out another one. So I've got this mint condition Stallone replica Rocky hat, like just in the box and everything. And I'm just trying to literally give it to a friend that it'll fit, so that it'll just get some use.
Well, not only that it would fit, but that would wear it, absolutely. Because what's the point otherwise? Yeah, I'll find out my hat size. Well,
okay. I'll go check.
And that is going to go check one of my other hats. But
the whole stream. Sorry about that.
No. It's my stream. We can do whatever the hell I want. But and I don't think anybody's complaining. I think we're having a good time. That's the most important thing. But I feel like we did cover the main points, guys. Do you feel like there was anything I didn't cover that we wanted to get to tonight? I really wanted to start by letting people know, check out that video of Michael's that's pinned up at the top. That's where it all started. That'll lead you back to Damn Fool Idealistic Crusade. Double check your Warner Brothers discs from that time period. And then reach out to me off platform. We probably can't get into too much detail, on YouTube. If you want some help with what it takes to make backups of your DVDs, I'll be happy to answer your questions, walk you through it. Boomer will actually have to get on a Zoom call and do screenshots and stuff because I know how you are. But anyone else, I'll just kind of explain it to you.
Well, very funny. Anyway,
that's why we call you Agent Boomer.
Anyway, I'd like to ask our guests a question before we wrap things. But I just wanted to ask, what is your favorite DVD or Blu-ray? Out of all time, or do you have to
wow
say, I know that's a loaded a favorite. It doesn't have to be the favorite.
No, this is a great question. This is a great question. Yeah. This stream's about to go on for another hour. Okay.
This is a hard place. This is very hard.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me just break down a few little things. The coolest menu when DVD was new, the menu that blew me away, and it made DVD so much different from Laserdisc, and because at first DVD kind of sucked, but then once they found their stride, I will never forget. I've kept the DVD just because it was so awesome, even though I've upgraded to Blu-ray many years ago. the DVD opening activation menu for GoldenEye, the original DVD, was kick-ass. I was like, this is amazing. Yeah. Now, as far as like an actual like DVD or Blu-ray package that's the best. Okay, I'll say this much. My favorite movie of all time is Lawrence of Arabia, and it looks great on both Blu-ray and 4K. However, Melinda, who doesn't really even care about that kind of stuff, even I was leaning forward in my chair like, what the? She jumped forward before I could say anything when we were watching it and goes, my God, this looks amazing. The 4K of Blade Runner is like mind-blowingly good. I'm not even a huge, like, I like Blade Runner. I respect it. I'm not like a huge Blade Runner nut job fan. Like, I don't watch it. Like some people are like Blade Runner, like, addicts.
Aged Boomer and I have almost come to blows about it, but
but as far as like the best looking 4K I've ever seen, Blade Runner knocks them all out of the park. I've never seen a 4K like it before.
Good. It does.
Yeah, it's incredible. I will now keep thinking while Greg answers the question, and I keep mentally deciding how many ball caps of different formats should be in his collection. CED, Laserdisc, Betamax, HD DVD. Oh, we're gonna go places. Okay.
Okay, Greg.
Now, see, this is very, very hard for me because I'm a person, I don't like to play
It's like
favorites.
choosing between your children, isn't it?
I don't. My kid, the kids ask me all the time, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite? So like, I don't play favorites. It's like, which picture do you like better? I like them both. So I have a hard time choosing, period. I tell you one of my new favorite ones. I can't say it's my favorite of all time, but one of my new favorite ones I've talked to Tom about is I really did dig the 4K of Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2 that Vinegar Syndrome did. I love the set it comes in, the box set, everything it comes out of, and I love the fact that the 4K just looks grainy, just looks right. It looks like film. I love it's beautiful. It's beautiful. So that's one of my new favorites, I will say. Because I love that Vinegar Syndrome doesn't do all the DNR erasing all that. They'll scan it and sometimes they'll just leave it with all the blips and everything, and I love that. That's me. Let's see. Let me look over here at my shelf real quick. I gotta look at myself. I did like the Arrow Psycho set that I just got, the 4K Arrow Psycho set. I did like those. It's all four movies.
Does that include that Bates Motel movie?
No, I have that on DVD.
You know what I'm talking about? Okay, yeah. I forgot who I'm talking to. Yeah, you know.
I'm sorry, Greg. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. I'm trying to look over here because I'm a horror guy, so most of mine's probably going to be horror movies. Or sorry, Superman.
For a second there, I thought you said something else.
Yeah, I get that a lot. Like, actually, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I was like, wow, he's being very open tonight about his interests. And then I realized there's an extra sort of half syllable there. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, somebody did a poll on that. There's like, how do you pronounce horror? Do you pronounce it horror, or like this? And I'm like, I'm the horror guy. I say horror.
Yeah, those extra R's are really essential.
Yeah, I know.
I will say this, Boomer, to answer one of your questions. Sometimes when you're saying, like, I interpret your question to mean I go on a technical level. Yeah. Blade Runner is not one of my favorite top 5 films.
That's what I was meaning. Yeah,
exactly. I thought that's what you meant.
Yeah.
So before I forget this, I have to tell you guys, this is by far not one of my favorite movies. I don't hate it, but it's not one that really comes up in anybody's top 10 or 15, right? But when I got the Blu-ray of it, because I've been working on a long-term project that's gone into extra innings, the Sean Connery, Audrey Hepburn film, Robin and Marion, I couldn't believe, I got distracted while I was screening the movie because I couldn't believe how clean the transfer was. Huh. There is not a blemish in that print. I got so excited. I literally called my mom and said, get over here. You've got to see this. She goes, what? I said, Robin and Marion. She goes, I hate that movie. I said, that's not why I'm asking you over here. Am I crazy? I sat Melinda and my mom and dad down, and I just started playing like a nothing scene in the movie. And they were like, wow, this is really clean. And I'm like, and not DNR clean, like just a scan of a print clean. And I went, there's not a blip, there's not a scratch, there's nothing on this. And I don't remember if it was my mom. I think it was my mom. She has a wit like me. She looked over and she goes, well, it's probably because right after they made the movie that no one wanted it. And so it just stayed.
Oh, God.
Yeah. You know, she was being brutal about it. But yeah, like it's, if you want to see a 4K that's beautiful, Blade Runner, you want to see a Blu-ray transfer that's clean, watch Robin and Marion. My God. Like
that's
it's
amazing.
amazing.
So you said it. Well, wait a minute. Just a second, Greg. You said we were going to be on for about another hour. This is going to be worth it. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Tom.
I'm willing to go another hour. You okay? Did I startle you?
Hi. This is my first time on YouTube.
Oh, for crying out loud, you goofball.
That's what Tom looks like. I never knew.
You know, it's funny because that's probably
He thought
how
I was
sounded the
black.
first time.
Yeah, I did. With the voice, man, it was very smoky.
He's got a great voice, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And you know what? Rocking the
I miss
ball.
Michael.
I dig that, you know.
I miss Michael. He's one of my favorite people.
Well,
y'all are so busy doing your own
okay.
things. You
No,
know?
really, like I promise you, Tom, like Troy hit me up like randomly. He goes, can you do like Friday night? Maybe
I'm mad at him, not you. Because he didn't get a hold of me for this. I'm mad at Troy, not you. Troy did this and he's like, it feels like I was like left out of this. It's like, how do you think of physical media and not think of me? Like,
Well,
look,
I figured I already had these two. I didn't think that, you know, oh my gosh, I have more pull than I thought. I never would have thought to get all three of you on one stream at the same time, for crying out loud.
Troy, how many times have you sent me a link and I popped on?
Twice.
Exactly. Both times I did.
Both times you came out. That's true. It's true.
That's 5 for 5.
I am a whore.
See these, can you? You're not eating Tom, are you?
No. You know what? You
all
three of y'all are just good people. Is what
He got it. Tom got it.
I actually have those cards. Gary Ambrosia, a good friend of mine, sent me replicas of the actual cards, and then he also sent me a cast of. Okay, so you know when they did at the end of the film, they have the whole building. They made like a miniature version of that. Then they made a full size for the set. He has a cast of the miniature version of the whole plate that has all the Gozer like Aztec art kind of thing going on or whatever. He's got that whole plate. He sent it to me. So I want to figure out a way to like frame it somehow, but it's this really thick plaster. And it's really amazing and detailed. And it's got like the terror dogs on it and everything like that. And like this really cool architecture form. It's really neat.
Tom,
There was a brief second where I was hoping Tom was going to say, I've got the cards and I've also got the shock box. And I was like,
I do that too. But that was I thought that was actually a time machine. I bought it on eBay and I'm like, this ain't a time machine. This is just a shot box.
I was of all the streams, I was on deleted scenes for the Twin Peaks thing on Tuesday, and I have no idea how we got up on this tangent, but I was talking about Adam Savage's channel. He's been going to this prop house, this print shop that does like all the newspapers, the Morley's cigarettes, the money that you see in different movies. And they were talking about, you know, all this stuff. Well, apparently this art house, this prop house, big prop house for Hollywood, has opened up a shop now. So you could buy like Morley packs, or you could buy the wraparound label for Smeat, you know, that you put on a Spam can and stuff like that.
Right.
The out of time license plate, all these replicas, and they said there's going to be more stuff coming soon. I'm like, man, that is just insane. You know, I literally have printed that I found somewhere online the original style of label for the Wonka bars, wrapped it around a Hershey bar, and that chocolate is
to quote one of my favorite anime characters, Troy, your wallet is already dead. Like
right, exactly. But Anyway, I meant no offense. I just, this is what Netter's always telling me. Just ask him. You know,
I'm just
don't be
picking on you, but
That's a good question, though. I just saw somebody in the chat asking, Karen Owen was asking, I'd love to ask everybody here, what was your latest physical media pre-order or pickup?
Oh, that's he just got that.
How do I
just got the Shootist with John Wayne.
Oh, you got.
How did I feature him again? How do I bring him?
Oh,
in?
so Tom is flexing hard. Tom
show it to us. Show it to us again. True Lies. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Which I know it's kind of a disappointment, isn't it?
Well,
I know. I can't wait to get into these other two and see how horrible James Cameron fucked them up.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to clip that when we talk about that.
Oh, so true. Yeah, I heard that James Cameron pulled
for
the
me,
camera on this.
Believe it or not, I didn't have it in my collection, so I literally just picked up Blazing Saddles so that we can, so that I can.
Now that one has had a 4K scan for years, and they still ain't brought it out in 4K. Now this is the anniversary. Come on,
this
WB.
Where's it
this
at?
This is the 30th anniversary edition.
You don't want Warner
it's the
Brothers
50th, my friend. We're old.
Well, that's just it. That's the other thing. I ordered it, and then I saw your video. I'm like, oh fuck, man!
You don't want Warner Brothers Home Studio doing the 4K of that. You want Archive doing it. But Greg, Greg, what was your latest pickup?
I got the Shootist, a documentary called "Everything to Entertain You: The Story of Video Headquarters," and I just got the Gate 1 and 2 in a nice big box set.
Nice.
That's my 3 latest. And there was one more, but I can't remember it.
I got the greatest movie of the year here. Oh shit! I could shit over.
The Marvels.
Turd.
Oh
God.
Oh, I got Hollow Man, which I'll be bringing on Steelbook.
I grabbed that one too. Yeah, I got.
Tom, what kind of special torture is that?
Dude, I have the entire arc. Like this is the Midnight's Edge archive is what I'm working on here. That way I can write it off on my taxes.
I get that. That's true.
If you can write it off on your taxes, that's fine. But my gosh, Boomer, what's your most recent pickup?
My most recent pickup was actually it's a Italian Plizia. If I'm saying the word right, Polizioteca movie called The Tough Ones that Grindhouse put out a few years back. They put it out on Blu-ray. I finally decided to pick it up. It has, I think, Arthur Kennedy's in it and Thomas Milan's in it. And I also got Shrek on Blu-ray, the 4-disc set of all 4 Shrek movies, because I got the Puss in Boots movies and I don't have the Shrek movies, so I figured I'd pick those up.
Yeah, and, that's worth it. Yeah.
And I got some Arrows, too, recently. I got the Arrow editions of Pitch Black and The Vagrant, which was this weird Bill Paxton starred this movie where this basically this he moves into this house and there's a vagrant living there and he keeps living and he lives across the street. It's bizarre. Michael Ironsides plays the police chief that's after him.
Of course he does.
There's a murder that happened. He's blaming it on he blames it on the vagrant. Nobody believes that the vagrant's doing anything wrong, even though he's.
Yeah,
it was a weird little movie. It reminded me of the House movies for some reason. But, yeah.
Oh, I see what you. I see what you
Except
get.
Instead of a ghost in the house, it's a vagrant that keeps showing up.
Yeah, I was telling them, Tom, at the opening of the show, the reason that I picked this up was because Monday I'm starting a new stream. I'm going to be doing some video rewatches, and I put up a poll asking the audience what movie it should be, and overwhelmingly it was Blazing Saddles. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be watching Blazing Saddles on Monday for my inaugural last call Monday night at the movies.
There you go. I also got the Grindhouse Blu-ray release of Impulse starring William Shatner, where he goes insane. It's a great movie. I love it. He's absolutely nuts in that movie.
I need to look for that one. I watched Visiting Hours with him recently, the movie Visiting
Hours.
Hours.
Yeah.
In other words, it's another day that ends in Y for the Shat.
Yeah. I love the special features. Like I was telling you, Tom, it's like they interviewed him after they played the video in 2023, and he comes out, he's like, I don't watch any of my movies. I've never seen this movie. It's a horror movie, right? And they're like, yeah. He goes, was it good?
Doing this movie.
He's like, was it good?
I was in this movie.
The most I remember was I had a good time with the director. It was Yeah, I remember liking him. I love Shatner. I just love
I gotta say, because I've purposely been avoiding answering the question, but if I was to get down to brass tacks on favorite DVDs, my favorite DVDs are the ones that I've made myself because they didn't exist. We were talking earlier about fan edits and stuff like that, or pressing a DVD that's never been released. I'm a big one for I want something that doesn't exist, but damn it, I want it. I will make it happen. Mm-hmm. Whether it's an action figure or a play set or Song of the South. You're welcome. Yeah. Michael, if you want a copy of Song of the South, I'll hook you up. Although, fantastic. Oh, yeah.
Trying to get that one.
Tom is flexing hard right now. Look at this.
And Tom, if you can point me towards yes. If you can point me towards the you were talking on a stream recently about a really good scan of that Song of the South that's floating around out there.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, the one that's on this Blu-ray is the same one that's floating around out there. It's just a 35 millimeter scan. I think somebody found in, I can't remember if it was Japan or something like that. But it was pretty good shape. I mean, it's not pristine. Yeah. But I mean, considering it looks really good. The sound
I thought I needed to upgrade or something like that. I was going to say, if you can point me towards
no, as far as I know, there's just that one scan out there because that film is, and I believe this was from the 86 re-release or something like that. Maybe
I think so. Yeah, that was the impression I got.
I think it was the last time it came
out.
And
there was still some, like, wasn't there some scenes missing? So I threw some extras on that disc that were like some missing scenes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Was there extras on here?
There was the tar scene that's been cut out of a lot of things, which is a crucial part of the story and not the racist element that people believe it to be. They just don't know the actual folklore behind the stories.
The tar baby scene, yeah.
The tar baby scene, yeah, exactly. They don't understand the context, but context is king. Michael, did I get you a copy of that Blu-ray of Song of the South? And if not, you want it?
No, we didn't discuss it, but I mean, I'm always open to putting things in my movie collection.
I'll get it taken care of for you. Well, it's not fair that you're the only one on the stream that hasn't gotten a copy of it. So
I'm aware that it's been out there. I've been like, look,
you've been struggling now with your anime collection now.
No, as a matter of fact, I'm going to embarrass myself even more, but you know what? I have no regret saying this because I'm just going to, I got to be me. I've been busy. Okay, so my last two pickups were the 4K of Rio Bravo, which is not embarrassing. Right. I also got the Criterion Collection 4K of The Executioners with Michelle Yeoh and the Killing Trio. I can't remember the exact title of that second one.
The Heroic Trio?
Heroic Trio. Thank you so much.
That's
RetroBlasting just did a video about that. You can go back and check it out.
Yeah. What did you think of Rio Bravo?
I haven't been able to actually sample it yet. I literally just got it yesterday.
I was not impressed. I actually shut it off. I got so pissed.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy with trying to
remote it. I'm worried about that too because I have the Blu-ray, which I'm pretty happy with. But I thought, well, it's Rio Bravo. I kind of want to see what it looks like. I'm mad that it's not, Kino Lorber or something, but I want to try it out. So
I think it was one that got caught in the changeover between when they. Who was the name of that guy, Greg, that was the head of Warner Archive, and then they fired him, and then they had to bring him back?
What was his name? Now
I'm trying to remember his name. But anyway, I think this was done in the period where he wasn't around because it looks really bad from the one I was watching.
It's shrink wrap. Maybe I can send it back to Amazon.
Maybe.
But here's
it looks really, really smudgy though.
Oh, that sucks. All right, well,
they got rid of all the grain. Yeah.
Oh, that's like my Bourne Identity 4K looks awful. I have to keep watching the Blu-ray.
Bourne Identity is some of the worst of the collection, except for the last one, I think, or the last two.
4K looks like they found it on the floor of a public bathroom. I'm like,
because it was shot in digital, yeah.
Well, the other one. So this is where my insanity comes in, Troy. So I regret nothing with what I'm about to tell you. So Eureka and Vinegar Syndrome kind of have this thing where they kind of compete with each other on getting the same releases, but Vinegar Syndrome's US and Eureka sometimes is US, but mostly UK. And I'd been waiting with bated breath for this, hoping that it would happen, and it finally did. There's no irony in my statement, which is why I'm about ready to take shit from the audience for it, but I don't care. Eureka announced that they were doing the 4K, which it's never even been on Blu-ray, and it's only been on a crappy like European DVD. China O'Brien. I was like, and it's
it's Vinegar Syndrome just announced that.
Yes, I was like, yes, and then they said Vinegar Syndrome's also going to do it. They had to jump the gun on the announcement because Eureka announced theirs, and Vinegar Syndrome's like, well, we're getting the better packaging, whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I've already got it ordered from Eureka. I got to order it from Vinegar Syndrome as well. And they were like, my friend at Goody Emporium was like, well, do you want the Eureka 4K or Blu-ray? And I went, I want both of them. And he's like, wow. And I said, and I want the Vinegar Syndrome one too when it comes out. And he's like, gotcha. So I pre-ordered, finally got to pre-order the Vinegar Syndrome version today as well. Oh, it's like manna from heaven. It's ambrosia of the gods. Like it was my entry into martial arts cinema. So I'm so excited that there's finally going to be good copies of them.
I don't know why you would feel bad for that. Cynthia Rothrock is smoking hot, and I just got her movie where she gets bumped on the head and then she gets these like psychic visions. Oh, I can't over there. I can't not think of the name of it right now, but it's great Blu-ray.
Cynthia Rothrock is what sold me. Not finally. I was always aware of them, but Cynthia Rothrock is what sold me on the fact that I will never hate high-rise waisted jeans on a woman. Like and so then when we went through that awful period of like the hip huggers just kept getting lower and lower, 90s and 2000s, so it's like it would never die. All I kept thinking about was Cynthia Rothrock in high-waisted jeans and tennis shoes kicking the ever-living crap out of people. Yeah.
Sworn to Justice. Sorry, I just remembered the name. Sworn to Justice.
Yeah.
So there was a movie. I would mess myself if any of you have ever even heard of it. It's a movie called Secret of the Clown. And it's a horror movie, a horrible horror movie. I think calling it a B film would be an insult to B films.
That's not the one where the dude gets bit by a clown and turns into a clown, is it?
No. That actually sounds like something I'd like to.
I think that's just called Clown then, yeah.
That's called Clown.
Secret of the Clown was just it's a cheap slasher film where the murderer is dressed like a clown. But the murderer dressed as a clown is a buff frickin' clown bodybuilder, right?
That sounds like my worst nightmare. Like,
right?
It's a clown, which terrifies me, and he's also making me feel inadequate about myself.
Yeah. Horrible. So I knew the guy who played this clown. His name is Scott. He used to be a cosplayer here in the Chicago area. And he gave me a copy of this movie. And it's like, I got like 25 copies of it. Here you go. And I have no idea why I did this. It was a horrible movie. But, it's like, I knew a guy that was in this movie. I got to have it in my collection, right? I saw that it had been released again by some other printing house with a different cover. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to have one, I guess I should have them both, right? So, I mean, it was like a $2 DVD, so I got the thing. But it was like, I got these 2 copies of the most horrible movie in the world.
And you're the only one who owns that movie. That's the funny part.
Well, me and probably Scott, right? He was telling me that, and he said, he goes, this is horrible. Don't blame me.
You sold 2 copies, guys.
Yeah, right.
You did it.
And Troy's got them both.
Why?
He tells me this story. He's like, well, I did it because, I could, and I was helping out a friend and whatnot. He says, but what's more interesting is why the guy made the movie. And I'm like, okay, why did he make the movie? He goes, well, the girl in it that gets killed first, she has a nude scene at the beginning, and he wanted to get her nude. That's why he made the movie. I'm like, yeah, okay, I can see that. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, good on him, I suppose. I mean, yeah, she was
just cut out the middle.
I know you're at. I know you're. Yeah, she okay. They weren't real, but they were okay, I guess. I suppose.
That's as bad as the movie Things from Canada. Have you ever heard of that movie Things? I believe it's called From Canada. It's a movie from Canada. It is so bad. It's a shot of video. That
was Script Doctor's first movie, wasn't it?
they hired a prostitute to do a nude scene, and she was so ashamed of the movie that when you see her come on screen, she's wearing a mask. She wouldn't even show her face, and she's a prostitute. She's fully naked. The movie is so bad. So
wow,
bad.
that is actually saying a lot, isn't it? That's oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess a little embarrassing, but
yeah.
Here's my other new one that showed up recently.
Oh yeah, he's got the big.
Oh yeah, I've heard all about that. And is it?
Wait, what is that? What is that?
Super Mario.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
People were talking about that online.
I knew Boomer would be fired up about that one. Yeah, but no, yeah, good. Oh, that's too small. That's too small. There we go. Yeah, I'll tell you, I just love physical media, but I encourage everybody, get out there, find out how to copy this stuff and make your own copies for personal use as backups. Because they will not last forever. Some, whether it's, DVD rot or it's, a Florida flood, you never know. But,
well, that's the funny thing. Cause I had always researched disc rot in general. And I mean, I always noticed, cause I had some people who would tell me like it seemed like certain people would have just excessive amounts of disc rot in their collection. So it didn't seem to be like there was any rhyme or reason for it. So I did figure at some point it partially has to be environmental, right? Like whatever environment you're obviously keeping them in. And I think that other people have figured that out by now, because that's what actually makes the glue separate. Right. So I that's one thing first and foremost. And then in this case though, like what Michael says brilliantly in his piece is that I guarantee you Michael has stored these in the best place possible to store them. Yep. He has got a lot of them like me where they're not even taken out of plastic yet. And then he instantly tries them and they barely even touch air. And all of a sudden he puts them in the disc player and he gets an error. Right. Yep. To me, there's a problem at the source. And this is what bothers me about this whole thing. It's not so much that there was a problem or that I think Warner Brothers necessarily may have cheaped out. The fact that they're just being completely they're acting like it doesn't even exist.
Yep.
That's the part that bothers me. Because Warner Brothers used to be the best in home media. Because whatever I said earlier about Toby Emmerich and all that crap, that was more the last 20 years or whatever or so. But for years, Warner Brothers was the best. When I had my video store, they were the ones I loved to deal with, because not only would they always give us the best deals, I was dealing directly with Warner Brothers. So I never had to deal with all the middleman BS and all that kind of stuff. And they were always good about stuff, and they gave good prices, and they always had good product, and quality was always there. They always made sure that they had good quality control. And, if I ever had a problem, they were real quick with fixing it, right? Like they never squabbled or anything like that. And even back in in the few issues we've had in the recent years, it seems like they were okay with fixing them when they came to Blu-rays. But what is this deal? It's like they're completely ignoring this, and you have, like Michael said, somewhere around 20 years worth of discs or better that are suffering from this issue. And I have some that aren't even on that list that have this problem.
Yep.
Because I went to watch National Lampoon's Vacation a couple of years back before the 4K came out. And, even the regular Blu-ray for that matter. And all of a sudden my movie wouldn't play. I got about a third of the way into the movie and I'm like, what the fuck? And I pull it out and there's it looks like a cigarette burn in the middle of the disc. And I knew instantly what it was. I'm like, you've got to be crapping kidding me. And what the weird thing about this was, and this is what really makes me kind of wonder now, and I'm glad this is all finally coming, out in the light, and it makes sense more so than ever. The rot wasn't on the outside of the disc. As Michael will tell you, that's generally where it starts. It either starts in the middle going out, or it starts on the outside coming in.
Yep.
This was smack dab in the middle of the disc. No other rot anywhere else.
Wow.
So this was clearly at it just wasn't put together right. Maybe there was a small, tiny air bubble or something that just infested or something. But I remember watching it once before, no problem. And then this, oh, that's right. That's why I pulled it out, because when the Blu-ray came out, I'm like, what the heck? They didn't replace the music again? I'm like, I thought they did on the DVD. So I went to check my DVD to see if they had fixed the stupid song to, from what it is now to Excited from the Pointer Sisters. And I couldn't even get to that point in the disc. And that's when I figured out there was something wrong. That's what happened. I remember now, because it'd been just sitting there. I'd only watched it a couple times, and then I got the Blu-ray, and I'm like, wait a minute. I thought they switched the music backs. So yeah, that's another issue. Yeah.
Let me share something with you guys, and tell me if you guys have ever heard of this problem. This is a completely different problem. So I'm watching a video about the band Blondie, the song Call Me, which of course gets me thinking about American Gigolo, right? Yeah. So I went to double check and see, do I have that movie? Yes, I do. I open it up, take a look at it. Okay, I might want to rewatch this. I go to close it up. Now, basic black clamshell. Okay. Close it up, go to squeeze it closed to make it click, right? And my thumb goes through the plastic.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, what the hell happened? I go to open it up again, and it breaks in half.
Wow.
I wasn't expecting that, so I dropped it. The plastic shattered.
Yep.
The disc was fine.
Was it by a window?
No. Netter asked me the same thing.
Yes.
She's like, any of the discs around it, any of the cases? No, not at all. And they were all the same black plastic.
Was it a replaceable case? Did you buy the case and then put a disc in it, or was it the case the disc came in? Because some of those cheap cases can break.
It might have been a replacement. You're right. It might have been a replacement, because now I don't remember what the original would have been, especially if it comes in like one of those stupid cardboard ones or.
I hated dealing with those. Yeah,
I hate those fuckers. I always change them to a regular black plastic, and then of course the you can't just take that cardboard and slip it in. Yeah, I hate those effers. I make a custom cover for it. And so that's what this was. So
it must have been still ain't been on Blu-ray yet either.
Yep.
Wow.
There is one other disc that I have. I got a 3-disc set. It was like, what was it? Boat Party and like 2 other goofy comedies. And Boat Party doesn't work. So I've never seen that movie because the disc doesn't work. I don't know. I'm probably not missing anything because I've never heard of the movie before. I want to say Cuba Gooding Jr. or something like that. F it, I don't remember. But
was that boat trip one or whatever?
Oh, maybe it was Boat Trip. I don't
remember exactly what it's called, but I know the one you're talking about is where he's some kind of con man and they're on some boat for some reason. They pretend to be what the hell was it?
Didn't he pretend to be gay or something?
Yes, that's it. It's a gay boat. Yes, that's it. It's the gay boat ride thing. Yeah.
That's what it was. And, it came.
I can't remember if he's a criminal or something like that, but he's like on the lam or on the run. So then he gets wrapped up into this, and that's the whole joke. Yeah.
And I haven't seen it, but I definitely want to. I just feel like I haven't
seen it in like 30 years or 20 years or whatever since it came out, but I don't remember it being horrible.
I feel like I have an incomplete collection. I have to replace it, which is ridiculous because I'm going to spend $10 on a movie I may not even friggin' like, but But
Lester has a good question. When you get around to it, yeah.
In terms of transcribing to blank media for archiving, what brand of blank media have you had success with? See, here's another thing. I tend to cheap out on this, which probably isn't the smartest thing to do.
You would think disc would be the option, but I would say no. You want to go because burnable discs generally have a fail rate that is not acceptable in my opinion.
Yeah,
you're better off
burn discs. You want to back up immediately. Yeah,
you want to have it on some kind of either thumb drive and or external hard drive as well, backed up. That's usually the best way of doing it.
But you also have to be careful with what kind of a hard drive you use, whether it's solid state or whatever the other one is, because
I'm not good at that stuff, but
I'm not either, but I know that I
have stacks of burnt discs though that are no good anymore. Like backed a whole bunch of stuff on it, and it's all gone. It's lost because they've just rotted away.
Yeah. You got to be kind of careful about that. But the other thing I would recommend, and this is again, we're running into money here, but you're protecting your investment at the same time. Every so often, you got to check your discs and maybe. Oh, nice.
Oh,
in the slipcase, everything.
Rock.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
You lucky bastard.
Yeah, I had to go. Tom was showing all his good stuff.
Is that Vinegar Syndrome? I was gonna say that looks like a Vinegar Syndrome one.
Yeah. And here's one that's just the Footloose.
That case is great, but the movie.
Yeah, the scan's not the.
Now, did you hear about this one, guys? Because I found out, I got to the bottom.
No, but I do love that case. That is awesome.
It is. The case is amazing, but the movie, this transfer sucks.
And
I got into an argument with a very respectable member of the home media community, and he ended up basically having to come back and I got that one too. That's great.
Yeah, this is great.
And he basically had to come back and half-ass apologize because he found out. Because I'm like, there's something wrong with Footloose. He's like, no, there's not. You guys are just too this, that, and the other. I'm like, no. There is something wrong. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know if they did something with NEAT or DNR or what it is, but I just can't put my finger on it. I said, I thought I put the Blu-ray in it first. That's how bad this looks. It reminded me of Rosemary's Baby. I'm like, they said it's either low bit rate or it was scanned at a low bit rate. Something's wrong. And I know this is an older scan to boot. So that's another problem.
Rudy, yeah.
So he got into a bit of a knockdown, drag out fight with me about this. And then like a couple hours later, he messages me back kind of nonchalantly. And he goes, oh, I did some digging and I found out that Footloose may actually be from 11-year-old scan from the inner positive. I'm like, oh, well, that would answer each and every question that I have right there. That explains everything that's wrong with this image. Because that's what I said. I'm like, it feels like I'm watching a Blu-ray. Well, that's because 90% of the Blu-rays we have are from the inner positive. That's why. Only a few films have they actually drug out the negative and rescanned them until recent years. And that's why Marion and Robin and Marion look so good, Michael, is that they've been sitting on a 4K scan of that for years.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why.
I've got it in digital in 4K.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what it came from. And your mom's probably right.
I mean,
just because they never struck any more, from the
right. They've
never been messed with. Yeah,
there was no demand for it, so they didn't strike any more prints off of it. But I couldn't believe how clean that print was. I was like,
that just means it must have been saved in a good spot. Yeah,
yeah. There's
who owns that one
on it? It looks like it was made yesterday, literally yesterday. God, it was.
Yeah, I was wondering who owns that one because I know Sony has been doing amazing work. Now, when they first got into it, they did crap work. But I guess Quentin Tarantino chewed their asses out. And ever since then, they've been going back to the negatives. And that's why they've also been redoing some of their other ones that didn't have Dolby Vision and stuff. They're redoing them with Dolby Vision now. So, yeah, they've come leaps and bounds ahead of where they were before. Because I know some of their earlier 4K scans were like of the inner positive. Like, they still got to go back and fix like Spider-Man and stuff. Because I'm pretty sure Spider-Man's not from the negative, for instance. The Tobey Maguire one. Yeah. But most of their newer stuff, oh my God, like I've been buying their Columbia collections. They look oh my God, they're just so amazing looking. Because I found probably my second favorite looking black and white film recently. What the heck one was it? What Greg I just brought on?
What one was that? Was it the lawyer one? No, it wasn't
no, it was from the newer set.
Yeah, what was in the? Give me a minute.
That's why I can't remember what it was now.
We talked so much, man.
The two best HD 4K black and white films that I've seen scanned to date were that one, which I can't remember offhand right now, and It's a Wonderful Life. If you have not got the 4K scan of It's a Wonderful Life, it looks amazing. It is one of the best black and white 4K scans I've seen.
I have that one. I love the restoration documentary on that disc. Like, it's really fascinating.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I'm in the situation where I got to get a new TV and player in order to play these upscaled. Now I'm running into the same situation as when Blu-ray came out. I'm still mostly on DVDs. I've only got like maybe 1/10 of my collection is Blu-rays, and it's usually because you can't get the DVD. And now 4K is coming out, and it's like I can't even watch the damn things. But I better get it now, or I may not be able to get it later.
At least you're buying. His Girl Friday, Tom. His Girl Friday. Is that because that's in the new one? Is that what you're talking about?
Maybe the one I was talking about.
I remember.
I remember I didn't care for the film so much.
Great.
Yeah, but it looked amazing. Yeah, it reminded me of the It's a Wonderful Life scan. I think that's the one. Yeah.
I really liked Night of the Hunter on 4K. It looks great.
Oh, that one's a good one too.
Yeah, it looks great on 4K in black and white. Yeah.
Because usually, like, that's the thing. Like you're just saying, Troy. Like, there's some films I would say, look, you're not really gonna get that unless you've got like a home theater where you've got an actual projector and a big ass screen and stuff like that. You're probably not going to notice a huge leap between because I mean, they've done a pretty good job of doing 4K down converts to 2K Blu-ray. Like, there's some of them where I'll say, damn, if it wasn't for the HDR, they would look almost identical. Like they've done such good. Because when they figured out the less crap you do to the picture, the better the transfer looks. I've even seen some DVDs now that look as good as Blu-rays.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Johnny Dangerously. We talked about that one, Tom. That one looks really, really good on DVD, and it's only available on DVD.
Yeah, so they've gotten better, but
the thing for me, Tom, is, and I'm just weird. I will want to see a high detail, screenshot because I want to zoom in on some little effing detail of a prop or a display or something because I want to make one myself or something,
In most of the cases, that's going to work out for you. What I'm saying is like more recently, like the more disappointing ones aren't ones that I wouldn't recommend necessarily, but it's like if you already have the Blu-ray, you're fine, right? Yeah. Like the Universal Monsters collection. Most of those, if you've got the Blu-ray ready, they look just as good almost in the Blu-ray because they don't even have the negative for Dracula,
right?
Like, and that's what I'm wondering about King Kong too, because a lot of people have been asking about that. It does need an upgrade. But I know that I don't think they have the negative for that either. So
that's like when Criterion put up 4K of Citizen Kane, and I'm like, well,
it's not a very good transfer. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and from everything I've heard, that negative doesn't exist anymore.
No, it's obliterated. Yeah.
So unfortunately, unfortunately or fortunately, I'm not sure which. What they're now starting to do, at least the ones that are really putting in the time and the effort, they're starting to use the generative AI to upscale.
Oh, and that's what I don't like to see. And that's the problem we run into with these bastards right here. These are the guinea pigs for that.
Yeah.
And it is not working. And I haven't seen these two yet, but I've been hearing horror stories about them. I've heard these two aren't as bad as this one. See, that's what I heard is this one was done with an earlier version of the AI system. Now this one runs into a lot of the same issues that Terminator 2 did.
Yeah.
Waxy looking people. Now they're not as shiny, but they're still waxy looking. There's some shots that look amazing, some shots that look like garbage. Some shots look like the color's been completely drained out of them. There's some of the digital scenes that have been manipulated with digital effects that have like digital striping and shit on them. It's like, what is going on here?
Well,
this system does, I guess, is up convert it also as well as kill the grain while supposedly keeping the detail. Well, it sure as hell didn't here. Now, I have yet to see these two. Now, these two were done with a newer version of the AI, I guess. And people are saying that Aliens looks the best, but it looks the most modern as far as the color timing and stuff. Now, I watched about 10 minutes of The Abyss, and I would say it looks on par with about your average 4K film that has been scrubbed. I mean, it looks okay, but it doesn't look nearly as waxy as True Lies did. So I have to get deeper into it, though.
But let's face it, AI is a tool, and they're overusing it. You always got to use the right tool for the right job. If you're going to do a restoration, maybe this part needs to be upscaled, so we use the AI. But now we got to color correct it and make sure that's right. And we lost the grain. Got to back up and rethink how we do this.
I'd almost rather a couple of shots be out of focus or crappy looking than opposed to them compromise the rest of the movie to try and balance it out.
Yeah. But the other side of it is something I've almost argued with Boomer about, because he's really I hate this AI and I don't want them to ever do it. I'm like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's getting better all the time. And pretty soon it's going to not only get to the point where it's doing as well as somebody going in frame by frame, it's going to start getting better, So maybe that could be the answer in the future to restore things that we don't have the negatives for. How else are we going to do it? I'll tell you something else. Something that I do think generative AI might actually be good for is when you have a horrible, I'm trying to think of what the process was. Any of you guys that know about when they tried to upscale or whatever, the Buffy series, going from full screen to, and you lose. Oh, that was terrible. But what is the problem? You're seeing like off screen. You're seeing the cameraman or whatever. Well, they could right now with the AI that exists, frame by frame, extrapolate to fill in those details, at least plausibly. It would be better than what we got,
TNG had the same problem when they were remastering it, but they just said, no, we're going to make it full frame because we're going to have that stuff on the side showing up, the camera guy. We're not going to have that there. And even with the effects, they had to redo all the effects for HD, but they said we still needed to make them look comparable to what was on the original show. That's considered one of the best remasterings. Was the start.
It was a great job, and it's probably best. Look, it was full frame. It's going to stay full frame. We're just going to have to deal with that. And but I do think there will come a day with literally what I'm seeing in the generative AI right now, where it can say, "Here's your picture, fill in out to here," and it makes up something that kind of works.
This goes along with the AI talk you're talking right now. All right, this is Linnea Quigley's horror workout. It was shot on video in the 80s, right? This
I can't even imagine what that is, but it sounds good.
It's just Linnea Quigley popping her top, doing exercises.
Awesome.
There's 3 versions of the film. I don't know if you can see. There's the main 720 version because it's shot on tape. It's 4:3. There's the SD version, which looks like a VHS, and then there's the AI upscaled version. They put all.
So at least they give you the choice between the two.
Yeah.
They give you all 3 of them.
See, that was my big. Oh, go ahead. Finish, Greg. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say they give you all 3 of them. The main version, the 720, looks the best. The AI upscale version, it doesn't look bad, but you can tell there's something a little off about it. So I would recommend if you watch it, if you like this stuff, you watch the 720p version.
That's my issue with a lot of this stuff is they don't. Back when a lot of the video stuff that we have now, especially on YouTube and other places, they didn't know how to get that stuff off of a VHS on a computer, so it's done real crappily. So a lot of the AI that's doing stuff now is trying to fix the problems that people like us put onto those things when we were putting them up in the first place, because people either don't have the original or they're not going through the trouble of rescanning them again with better techniques. And then that AI upconvert stuff is what they did here with the work print. And as far as I'm concerned, they destroyed it, because at least on the older version, they put it out in the full frame version, just a straight VHS scan, and at least it's watchable. In this, it's all upconverted and stuff, and it's zoomed in like you were talking about with Buffy. And it's just unwatchable. I don't understand why people. I mean, if you're into that, cool, and that's why I like that, Greg, that they have both versions on there, because it's like now I got to hang on to my old Mario Brothers just so I can keep the work print that isn't zoomed in or upconverted because it looks like crap. Because instead of actually taking the 4K scan and cutting it in with the work print shots like I thought they were going to do for this version, they didn't. They just put the old work print that's already been done on here. They did that with the deleted scenes, though. Like you can watch the deleted scenes section, which is basically the same thing, but it's just the cutout deleted scenes part with the 4K scan bits cut in around the scenes that they had. I'm like, why didn't they do the work print like that? They even did this 5.1 remix. Well, then I found out they couldn't get the rights to do it that way or some shit like that. But it's a mess on that part. But the disc itself is worth having. But if you missed out on unless you're really worried about the swag, it's not worth that much. I mean, the disc itself is fine. The special features are all on a disc. It doesn't have HDR, but it does look really good for what it is. Not the greatest scan in the world, but better than it's ever looked before.
Greg had a video up not too long ago. I guess that's pretty relative, but it's fresh in my memory. He was talking about DVD extras, and particularly just what you were using as an example there, this idea of multiple versions, and I think you were in your video, you were talking specifically about television edits and so forth.
Yes.
And how it's important to preserve those too. I think that's where I keep coming down on all of this. do the upgrades, do the whatever, but make sure that all possible versions are available for posterity, you know, for history, you know.
Yes.
And there is value in that. Now, that could also be wielded as a cudgel. Well, we put out this version, and then we'll put out this version, and then we'll put out this version and make you buy it 12 times. Yeah, good point. Exactly. Yes. You know that, but that also is the flip side of the worst part that they're at, is getting them to release something at all. Mm-hmm. You know, maybe they, you know, with especially with Star Wars, we were talking about that earlier in the stream. They're not releasing any of this new Star Wars stuff. They're keeping it all behind their paywall, and so they're not making any damn money at all on it. Mm-hmm. You know, so congratulations, geniuses. You know, at least George was smart enough to put out this version and then put it out on DVD and then do a special edition, then do a special edition, and then, you know, I mean. And he keeps making his money over and over.
He's not giving us the original versions, though, and that was the whole point of me, because these are bootlegs.
Yeah. That's again, we're doing it ourselves, and Tom, tell me if you agree. I suspect that, you know, everyone keeps saying, well, why doesn't Disney put them out? I don't think they can. They may not own the rights to the original.
They own the rights, but I think there's a stipulation that was done in the contract that they can't release any other version than the version that exists, because the 4K versions we have now from Disney, in fact, George went back and messed with them again in the Interium. That's where the McClunky thing and all that stuff came from. And that was him doing that again for the 4K scans.
I get that, Mark, but I'm just using it as an example. I'm not necessarily saying I want.
So, Tom, those are 4K discs of the 4K 77 trilogy?
Okay, actually, the guy who did these for me, he's hooking me up with the 4K 77, 4K 80, and 4K 83. This one is from 4K 83. So when he did these, that was the only one that had a decent one out there. This one is actually the silver screen edition up converted. And this is the despecialized edition up converted, but he's sending me new versions now that they just finished 4K 80.
Yep.
He's going to go back and redo them all again with the 4K scans, all the soundtracks that are on them, and all that kind of business and special features and stuff, which is great. Because there's actually 16 millimeter scan out there of one of the best documentaries of Star Wars that George won't release, and that is From Star Wars to Jedi. And I'm sure I know why that is. Because there's things in here that he says that contradict other things that go on later on, the prequels and other things.
Right.
And he has some very, you know, like very things like that's also where I believe he had said the story of when I point out to people where they're like, oh, he had it planned all along, for instance. And I'll be like, no, he didn't even come up with Leia until late in the game.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, he even said it in that documentary. He had Luke literally cornered underneath the Emperor's throne, underneath the stairs, and he couldn't get him to come out because he's like, I have no reason for him to fight Vader. He's literally cornered story-wise and you know, personally. He's like, what do I do? And at that moment is where he retroactively decided, okay, if I make it so Vader threatens to kill or threatens to turn his sister, then he'll try and come out and kill Vader. That was the moment that George Lucas decided that was it. It wasn't like it came up years before that or anything like that. It was just he needed something to get Luke out from underneath the stairs. That was it.
I'm just amazed. I know that I know this is kind of a lane change a little bit, but it's still related. I'm just amazed that somebody has the ability to burn a 4K disc, because I didn't know that there were 4K burners yet.
There are. I actually have one here that is not a burner, but it actually plays, but I can't get the software to get it to work right. So I can't get to play the 4K. They're out there. There's ways of doing it. Yeah.
Wow. That's
because actually the weird thing is a 4K disc's technology is almost exactly like a regular Blu-ray. It's just smaller. So that's why if you'll notice, like you'll have a little, it almost never fails especially when I get one from Shout Factory. I always have to end up wiping the disc off because it always ends up skipping on me at some point in a 4K. Well, that's because the beam has to read such a smaller, you know, bit rate or of information on the same size disc than it does on a Blu-ray, where it's like that much, you know, in like microscopic, but like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's more chance for failure if there's a little speck of dust on it.
Wow.
Tom, how do you feel about Shout Factory, Tom?
Fuck Shout Factory. I don't know if Michael's aware of this. They banned me from ordering from their website because I gave them a bad review.
I did hear about this. Holy crap. That's
I cannot order anything from their website, even though I've spent tens of thousands of dollars through the years on them.
And they've never given you an explanation why.
The explanation was, according to them, excessive abusive emails, but they wouldn't give me any examples where I was being abusive, but yet they had plenty of other examples where people were going off on them. Not me, though.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure I was targeted just because, because I said something nasty about them. That's why.
Well, I mean, look.
Because they've gone to shit.
They deserved whatever you said, and then they proved you right with the way they treated you. True. I can't even say that, like.
The best they could come up with is I told them to choke on the money.
I'm just impressed because NECA didn't even ban me from buying stuff from them if I wanted to, and I gave them a really, really hard time. Like, you know.
Yes, you did.
I think they actually took the crap you were saying to heart, dude. I'm not kidding, because like
it does seem like that. Yeah,
they have gotten leaps and bounds better than what they were. That's for sure.
And they quietly dropped and changed their designation to durable goods, not to derail the conversation. What? Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying?
No. That's more interesting to me anyway. I said, did they?
Yeah, they did. Apparently, like friends of mine were like, "Yeah, did you notice that they're no longer officially labeled non-durables?" I'm like, "Well, I would hope not. I hope they got that." But people were like, "Oh, you know, like people have been complaining a long time, but you know, like that video." The other people said this to me. They were like, "Seems like it corresponded with them really reevaluating." And I went, because my video didn't just complain about things breaking, it actually dug into their business acumen and said, look how they're labeling themselves. My point with this whole thing with Shout, though, is like, I guess what I'm saying is based on my experience with the NECA thing, Tom, it's clear you hit them where it hurt, and you should be proud. Like, I will help you get whatever discs you need from them in the future. Like,
I appreciate it. Actually, I've had a few people offer, so I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah,
because I've been thinking about
you across the neutral zone, Tom. Don't worry.
Well, here's the beauty of it: Diabolic DVD, and I'll give a shout out to these guys. These guys are effing great.
Yes,
they're great. They got a sense of humor. They're good people. I've anytime I've contacted them, they've gotten back a hold of me, even if they can't make everything exactly right the way I want it. They still have acknowledged me. That was my issue with Shout. I would email them through the customer service. They wouldn't answer me.
Right.
Wouldn't answer me. So yeah, I probably did send 4 or 5 emails at some point about a couple of orders, but they never got back to me. But as soon as my order went through and I could do, cause that's where they have it hooked up through. If you do a certified buying or whatever, you can actually rate them on, I can't remember what site it was, but I would give them a star rating and then I would complain or give them a good review. Well, they never commented on my emails, but as soon as I would give them a bad review, sure as shit, within a matter of 15 minutes to an hour, they were right there to comment, and snidely at that. Like, and that was another thing I was noticing in the community. They're being very snide. Whoever runs that aspect of the business is really making them look bad. Right. And that's the thing is, I can't imagine in my brain how when that day went down, because I blew it up on Twitter, like my tweet got more notice than half of their tweets normally do. So I'm sitting here going, how did they not notice this? And they know because they responded to me in public, they responded to me in private, and they responded to me in a couple other places, but it was all the same response. Basically, you are no longer allowed to, because of this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 because you're abusive and all this
Which
other
is
shit.
really brilliant, because they're doing it in public, so everybody that saw that tweet is going to see their response.
And I mean, there was some asshats that were just like, well, did they give you your money back? I'm like, yeah. And then then we're like, what are you bitching about? That's like, that's not the point. They're literally banning me from their website, dude. Like, what the hell did I ever do to them? Like,
if you go and read, if you go read,
give them money. But I can't believe that somebody inside there couldn't have saw this and go, look at my account and seen how much money I'd spent over the years. And then look, I'm not going to try and get a little full of myself, but then also go into look who I am. Yeah. And go, how the fuck are you serious? Did you just fucking get the I'm sorry, but you're fired, Phil. I like you, but we're done professionally.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
But Tom,
or whatever his guy's name is.
If Tim here is right, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, you can tell in their
this.
special features, and Arrow has the same problem right now too. Like,
So
here's my biggest complaint about the more recent special features to come out of a lot of those places. I don't know if Michael notices this at all too, but like everything now is so woke special features. This movie was the first to have a woman do this, and they sit there and go on for 45 minutes with some feminist and author that I don't even give a shit about. It's like, I don't care about this crap. I want to hear about the movie.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. Quick, I'm sorry, guys, but I do have to cut Age of Boomer loose. He's got to work in the morning.
Sorry about that. I came on and I derailed.
No.
Continue
we're having fun, and I'm going to keep going, but I do have to let Boomer get going.
I want to bring something else about Shot, though, before I leave. Did you know you can't look at your past orders on the website anymore if you order directly from the website?
That was one of the first things I griped about.
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. It was great hanging with y'all. This is a great stream, but I'll talk to you. I'll see you on Sunday, Troy, and
and I'll have those notes for you before we go live tomorrow. So don't worry.
Boomer.
Good night, Netter. Good night, everybody. Take care. Bye bye.
Yeah, Mark Mainknoff. I'm sorry if I screwed your name up.
Malnikoff.
Mark.
Yeah.
Malik. Oh, it's an N. Okay, it's really small on my screen. Sorry. Being fired as a customer is the thing now when you've given places bad reviews. Exactly. That is the I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah. It's not like I asked him to make me a gay cake.
Well,
go ahead, Troy.
But that's, and you know, this is the ridiculous thing. It is this mentality, and it's what we've been saying about, you know, the people at Disney, right? You know, even up to the CEO who has sold off 90% of his stock. These people don't have stock in the business. It's not their money, so they don't give a shit. That is the ridiculous thing. And the adults have to come in and go, okay, you people are done. Goodbye. You're fired. You know, but it's not an easy thing to do with those bigger companies like Disney. Shout Factory. The other side of it is when you kind of have a little bit of a monopoly. You kind of have the freedom to be assholes like this, right?
Well, this is the thing. Is like Kino Lorber, Arrow, Vinegar Syndrome. They've all come on a lot stronger, and they're really putting a hurt into Shout Factory's business. You can tell by some of the titles these companies are getting. And Shout Factory was like the big dog for so long, but people are starting to turn to these other boutique labels. And you can, like Tom was saying, if you go and read those reviews where people, because he's not the only one that's left bad reviews. I went and read them. They get snippy with people. Anybody leaves a good review, they don't even respond to. Anybody leaves a bad review, they get really, really snippy with them. And I was reading them. I was like, what the hell? This is ridiculous. Because after Tom told me that, and I saw a tweet and I went and read them, I was like, there's like so many, like 10, 20 of them. And they respond to them and they'll be like, well, saying stuff like, well, you didn't really deserve that disc anyways, or something. Like, it's just like, it's like they're really bad. And you can see people going to Kino. You can see people going to Vinegar Syndrome. You can see people going to Arrow, away from Shout Factory here lately.
I spent more money on Kino in the last couple of years than anybody else, probably.
There does seem to be this stupid mentality of just not understanding simple Econ 101. I make thing, you give me money, we both be happy. You know, and if I don't get your money, you don't buy my thing, I go broke. You know,
Chris Gore said it best. Oh, and he's not the first one, but he keeps posting it, which is great because he keeps reminding Hollywood is that you make shit people don't need. Yeah. And that goes doubly so for people like
beginning of the stream.
You make that goes doubly so for people like Shout Factory and anybody else. It's like you make shit that nobody needs, and not only do you make shit that nobody needs, you do it twice or 3 times in a matter of a couple of years. So you got to really give me a good reason, and now you're really not giving me a good reason to care. And all you've done is when I do start doing formal reviews, if I do, I'm not going to review your discs, and if I do, I'm only going to talk about you when it's bad. That's all you've done now, is because I'm never going to give you any kind of decent review. All I'm going to do is point out when you've screwed something up, so my customers, or so that not my customers, my listeners know that they're not going to be your customer anymore because they're not going to buy this crap because it's screwed up and you're not going to fix it, which is a typical thing for Shout Factory. I'm like, look, I have had times where Vinegar Syndrome, I didn't even know there was something wrong with the disc. And all of a sudden I get a disc in the mail, and I'm like, where did this come from? And I look it up and I'm like, oh, I guess there was something screwed up. They just quietly fix it. Every other company is like that. They're the only ones that aren't.
This is, there for all of that, there is the rare good business that does the opposite. There was a restaurant Netter and I went to downtown, an Italian restaurant. Actually, it was recommended by my mom. We went for an anniversary, and it was the best Italian food I'd ever had in a restaurant. Obviously, it's not the best Italian food I ever had. That's grandma's. But we went, we loved it. We did a nice.
We went for your birthday.
Oh, it was my birthday?
Yeah, it was freezing.
We were gonna
outside.
go. We were good. That's right, because we were gonna go back for the anniversary. We didn't because Chicago. And that's exactly it. That's the only reason we've never gone back is because I won't go into the city anymore. But I gave him a great review, and I just said how wonderful it was, how it was recommended by my mom. My grandmother used to go there. I got a note. Well, I got a nice little comment, on the review. Then I got a message from the owner. She said, my grandfather started this restaurant in whatever year and whatnot. And, so appreciate your story. And I'm like, share it. It's out there in public. Share it, or whatever. She did invite us, wanted to meet us and everything. Like I said, never went back because Chicago, it's just not worth it to me anymore. But if the worst thing I can say is about a business is its location, they're doing a pretty decent job. And they've been there for decades, so it's not their fault that the neighborhood went bad. But look, you got to be able to trust the people that you're doing business with, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. I look at a certain a YouTuber who looks good in a brown fedora who will not do adverts for anything at all because that's just not what he does. No. And if he does recommend something, it's because not because he's making money off of it, because he knows it's a product that he likes, and so he wants to. And it's like, you know what? I know that's somebody I can trust.
I couldn't sell myself this hat. Like, I'm no good at anything like that.
Yeah.
But before we go there, I would like Tom's permission to construct a meme.
No one's ever had some permission before.
Well, no, but I have a lot of respect for Tom, and I just want to make sure that this passes muster with him. I would like to do a sequence meme from Lethal Weapon 2, and it's Joe Pesci and Riggs and Murtaugh, and Murtaugh's label says everyone else, and Riggs' label says Tom Connors, and Joe Pesci's label says Shout Factory. They're sitting on the edge of the pool. And Shout Factory says, "He hit me," and then Murtaugh says, "Good." And I would like to just create that, if that's all right.
Please do. Please do.
Yes.
That is one thing I've given anybody permission, even bad memes. I say I don't care. I love being memed.
And then you share it out, and then we will all tag Shout Factory in it.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm now
you might get blocked though, Michael. Be careful.
Well, I don't care. I'm now paranoid though, because I have the Beastmaster Vinegar Syndrome set, and I'm trying to remember if I ever got a replacement disc for that set. I know they said they sent it automatically, but did I ever get one?
Yeah, I think by the time I got mine, they'd already replaced them. That I know.
Yeah. Oh, okay, well, maybe.
And then more recently, the other fun one was Umbrella. I got Razorback, and they must have had a replacement program for that, but it worked out that they just threw the disc in the box with the order. Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, it was in a plastic and it was wrapped up, but it was just like a separate disc. And I'm like, okay, there must have been an issue, and they just fixed it. And they just, instead of sending it out to me later, they just sent it with this order. So yeah,
right.
Even I like that, because even like with the Friday the 13th Shout Factory, Scream Factory box set, you had to show them the receipt and everything to get your replacement disc. Vinegarson would just send you the Showgirls fixed disc.
Well, there was one that I was somewhat instrumental in, and that was the Hard Day's Night one. And they were jerks about those. You had to break the discs.
Yeah, but the Criterion.
Yeah.
What, to get them out of the case? You mean?
No, you had to shatter the disc and send them
to get a replacement. Because I discovered, and a few other people did too, but I brought it to Bill Hunt's attention, who's a big deal in the industry, and I'm sure that's where Criterion noticed, was that at the end of Hard Day's Night, and I watched it, I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, did I just see what I thought I saw? They literally have like 3 shots that repeat themselves where they accidentally put the wrong shots in because they did a full 4K restoration.
Yeah.
And it's not on the Blu-ray, just on the 4K. So, I even went back to my old discs because I have the old Miramax and the old, whoever it was that put it out the last time. And I looked and I'm like, no, it's fine. Or Criterion put it out the last time too. I'm like, no, it's fine there. You have the different shots. It was like the helicopter shot coming down and something else. It literally cuts to the footage of them singing twice. And like, something's wrong here. And so I said something to Bill and I showed him. And so, yeah, he did a story on it. Next thing you know, they did that. But that was their deal, is they made you have to destroy the disc to get a replacement. And then for Citizen Kane, when they screwed that up, you had to write all over the disc or something. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, I didn't even bother with that one because I've got the Warner Blu-ray and it was just the Blu-ray. I'm like, well, if it's just the Blu-ray, I don't care.
Right.
And again, that's the difference between a company that makes you jump through hoops and one that sends it to you.
Criterion and Shout Factory have gotten a little complacent.
Yeah.
I love Criterion, but they're expensive and they've gotten very complacent. They haven't really gone out of their way to do anything special. Like every one of their releases is the same as the last one, just except for maybe a 4K upconvert. Or, now I'm saying upconvert because you did
4K
new 4K scan. Yeah. So like, it's like, are you really giving us something new here, Criterion, or is it really just you're just going through the motions now, like, when you're married after 30 years?
Yeah. And I feel like,
are we going through the motions, Netter?
I feel like it's because of these other boutique label companies getting these other things that they've resorted to having to just 4K scan that and send it back out because Kino got this or Synapse got that or Vinegar Syndrome got this, so we can't do that. So this is like Kino with Night of the Hunter, which I loved in their tweet that they put out. Night of the Hunter's coming out on 4K. We're putting it out, and somebody below it said, "I'll just wait for the Criterion release then." And they're like, "Well, you'll be waiting a long time because we own the 4K rights, and Criterion's never going to get them." Like Kino responded with it. I was like, I love that because that just shows you, where the boutique label companies are at.
And Kino has great customer service. I've actually talked to a couple of the people at Kino. They are really good at, if you got an issue, getting in touch with and dealing with things. And I've never had a problem with them either combining an order or resetting up an order for me. I mean, sure, I got to go through a little bit of trouble sometimes, but if I ever have an issue, they, I email them, they get a hold of me. I either get a number or a response email and I can just go, back and forth with them. And I've gotten everything I've ever had a problem with figured out through them.
There is a truism that good customer service covers over a multitude of sins. You don't judge a business on the mistakes they've made. You judge them on how hard they work to fix the mistakes. How much they care, because that tells you if they value you as a customer. Now I'm thinking of that old Deep Space Nine, the Ferengi rule of acquisition. Good customers are like latinum; treasure them.
Yeah. I just went back into my email history and found that yes, they did send me the replacement disc. I clearly just don't remember actually swapping it in there because who holds on to that memory? So clearly the replacement disc is in my set. So great. Awesome.
There you go.
Moving on with my life.
It's amazing you still have emails going back that far, right?
Well, this is not. You remember that joke in the Empire Strikes Back Family Guy spoof where Lois's Leia is saying goodbye to Han in the ice base or whatever, and she's like, "How will I get in touch with you? I'd like to really, stay in contact." He's like, Han Solo 28 at CompuServe.com, and she's like, CompuServe, and then he just like walks off. I have like 46,000 unread emails. Like I've got.
Oh my God!
It's all just in there.
Oh jeez, guys.
So
it's his filing system.
Yeah, it's not something to be proud of, but
it's funny.
account.
We got a laugh out of it.
Yeah. And I was able to confirm that I did get the replacement disc, so that's good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mark's jumped. Keep in mind, companies that treat their companies like crap often have bad service as well. Yeah. No, I know Mark's line of work. He has to,
it's not like Kino is perfect, right? Like, in fact, I would say like Imprint scan for some reason of hardcore looks 10 times better than theirs for some reason. I don't understand why.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they've also done things like release a movie and then a couple years later they'll release a higher bitrate version of the movie. It's the same scan and everything. So they'll do that crap sometimes. It's not like they don't, but they don't do it nearly at the level of Shout Factory or any of those guys to where like they just release like a Blu-ray version and then a year later they do a 4K version of it. It's like, you jerks. They haven't done that so much, but I mean they have in the past, but not nearly as much. And they don't charge nearly as much either. That's the other thing I like about Kino.
Yeah, they're pretty cheap.
Yeah, Kino also they're willing to with any studio that they're able to get a deal with, they're willing to take risks on titles that nobody's ever put on disc officially before. Like I was so over the moon when they released Secret of the Incas last year. I was like, thank God, finally a good official release of Secret of the Incas. Like that was gold to me.
Because
I was just gonna say that's a common thing. Almost every single 4K or physical media show we did on Greg's for a while, we would turn around and be like, "Did that ever come out on Blu-ray?" When we just come up with some random movie we were thinking about from when we were younger, and sure shit, 9.9 times out of 10, every time we'd look it up, oh yeah, it is on Blu-ray. Kino Lorber put it out.
Yep. I just saw today they're releasing Big Man on Campus. The Quasimodo one, that guy with Alan Katz.
And that is the reason that it's worth the risk, right? Because if you're the company that takes those risks and puts these obscure things out there, you get to be known as the company that does that. So now people will start coming and looking, hey, have you by any chance put out this? No, you didn't, but you got at least 3 or 4 other movies that I didn't know had been done. Yes,
Yeah. Yep.
No, that's good business.
Yeah.
But good stuff, man. But anyway,
I'm sure we kept Michael long enough.
This was like one of my streams on my channel. We got 3
Tom,
hours.
what are you talking about? This is rush hour for me.
Okay, good. I'm like I don't want to keep you. I feel like bad that I bopped in here at the end and like
and Netter has to run
late. I still owe him a perpetual 15 minutes whenever he decides. Whenever Troy says this was the official end of the stream, I go, and now we go another 15 minutes.
Well, if you guys were paying attention in the back room chat, Boomer said I gotta go, and I'm like, I'm staying, man. I'm gonna ride this wave. This is friggin' awesome. He's like, I wish I could too. This is great. I mean, it really is. I really do appreciate it, but I don't want to take advantage. I feel like I've already done that. I mean, getting you guys on it. And now I feel like I slighted Culture Casino because he was like, hey, I'm available. I'm like, oh, crap, I didn't see your comment. And I don't
send him the link if he's still up. That's up to you.
I sent it a long time ago, but he...
Oh, okay. He might have went to bed.
He did. And I was like, I just hope he doesn't feel slighted because it's like, I never intended that. I just never would have thought. I thought I was pushing my luck having Greg and Michael here. And then Tom's like, why didn't you send me the link? I'm like, I mean, it'd be like George Lucas coming in here and saying, you're talking about Star Wars and you didn't send me a link. I never would have thought.
He was too busy.
Tom is the 4K master.
Right? No, you're absolutely right.
You're not looking at the visuals. You're not paying attention to the story.
Yeah.
You're listening to the music.
Yeah, it kind of rhymes, right? No, and that was the other thing too. I wasn't thinking
what did
4K.
George mean? I always wondered. Was he trying to make a bad joke? Was that what he was doing? Like,
I just love the fact that everybody is clearly paid to laugh at his jokes in that moment. Like,
that is a glory. Like, somebody brought this up in the chat earlier, so this isn't really derailing it too much. As bad of a movie as Episode 1 is, for better or worse,
yeah,
the special features that came out on that disc were amazing because it was basically how not to make a movie encapsulated in an hour and 9-minute documentary.
Kind of true.
Yep.
You know, you're kind of right about it.
And you can watch this documentary on YouTube. It's out there. It's called The Beginning.
Mhm.
And it literally goes from the moment George Lucas announces he's going to do the prequels legitimately, officially, to the moment they premiere, to the first movie premieres.
Yep.
And it's like watching a train wreck happen in real time.
The thing
That's
is,
the one where. Sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, isn't that the one where it ends where he goes, "I may have went a little too
Yes.
far."
Yes.
I remember
And
watching
then you got
that.
the discussion between him and I can't remember who else. And they're like,
Ben Burt and Rick McCallum.
Ben Burt.
Yeah.
Well, Rick
Ben
McCallum
Burt-
was sitting in the back just going like,
And George is
Yeah.
like, I just may have
Rick-
went a little
Rick
too
McCallum-
far.
Rick McCallum is so pathetic in that moment because Rick McCallum goes from, "Hey, I've talked with Ben. There's chaos going on in this first 30 minutes of this movie or whatever." I'm paraphrasing. And Ben Burt is standing in that doorway, letting Rick McCallum do the talking because they've clearly commiserated before that. They almost like planned what they were going to say to George and how they were going to say it, and they agreed that Rick would be the one to do it because Ben looks like somebody has just put his dog down. Like he's so like, and then George comes back around and goes, "Well, right, but I mean that was the way all the other movies were when you think about it. I mean, they had the same thing said. They said the same thing about Return of the Jedi." And you see Rick McCallum go right into lapdog for George mode, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's really true, right? That's pretty true, Ben." And Ben just dies inside more in that moment. He's like, "Oh, I should have done this myself. Like, there's no way out of this now." It's an amazing documentary, Tom. You're absolutely right.
and it makes me wonder what happened because Ben and him never, and that's the other thing is like, why didn't you bring Ben in to lead off Lucasfilm instead of Kathleen Kennedy or Joe Johnston for Pete's sake? Like, what were you thinking? But that aside, like, yes, check out that documentary because it's so great. Because then the other part after that is because another part of that where he's rationalizing the whole thing. I love where he basically sits there and says, "We're screwed because we can't fix it now." Right? He's like, "This is the problem. One thing leads into another and you can't undo it. I can subdue the effects, but I can't undo it." And I wonder if Ben didn't say something to him off camera at that point, because that's where he's really kind of getting to that point. And I think you're right, because I think their relationship got strained throughout the prequels.
Yeah.
Because because Ben Burt is not like a dumb dude.
No.
Like this guy worked his way up from literally just recording sound effects for George to being the primary like editor and sound editor and designer and all this other stuff for Lucasfilm and all these other projects. And it's like after that he hasn't done a lot, but he's done like some work with Criterion and a few other places. It's just like it's like what happened to him? Why did he just disappear?
Well,
just weird. But
we've all talked about this before, and looking back at Star Wars, what made it so successful? And it was George knows some things. He's got great ideas, but sometimes he doesn't have all the steps.
He needs somebody to push back on him. And the problem was during Star Wars, he had Francis Ford Coppola and his wife and Steven Spielberg to kind of bounce off of.
And Gary
Spielberg
Kurtz.
And Gary Kurtz. Yes, never forget Gary Kurtz. And more so Gary Kurtz, because he was the guy who would actually tell George no.
Yeah.
Right. He would flat out tell George no, because you had Steven, who was kind of like his buddy, who would tell him what he wants to hear.
Yep.
You had his wife, who was right in line usually with Francis.
Yep.
And he hated that. He really hated that. And the funny thing is, Star Wars started from an argument. I don't know if Michael, you know this story or not, but it's kind of well known. But like he was cornered after THX 1138, because for anybody who may not know, that movie bombed so hardcore that it lost them a 3-picture deal with Warner Brothers for American Zoetrope.
Yep.
And not only that, Francis had to pay them back the money that they had spent on THX. So George had just single-handedly practically bankrupted American Zoetrope and cost them the next like 3 years worth of work. So him and Marsha are just sitting there just going after George, just ripping into him, going, "What the fuck did you do? What is this crap? Can't you just make a movie? Like a real movie, like an actual movie with people and a story and things that happen." And, and Marsha's sitting here calling him a fucking dead fish. and that he can't fucking, communicate with people and all this stuff, and you can't get a reaction out of the audience. And George blows up. He's like, you know what? I can get a reaction out of the audience. All you got to do is film somebody wringing some cat's neck. He goes, and then Francis goes, look, that's not what I'm talking about, George. He goes, can't you just fucking make a kids movie or a comedy? Like, can't you just make a regular movie? He's like, fine, I'll fucking do that. And he went and wrote American Graffiti and Star Wars, which was his comedy and his kids movie.
Right.
It was from that argument, because they cornered him, and you're like, you just fucked this whole thing for all of us up. Right? Because he did. Yeah.
Well,
that's amazing to hear, because I know you know this based on the fact that you know that, that's the first time I've heard about the argument. I knew he had tanked Zoetrope, but I didn't know about the argument. And I do know that George has said himself he was working on Indiana Jones around that time and shelved that to go make Star Wars. So that must have also been in the mix somewhere.
And that's also part of the reason people say that Francis took back Apocalypse Now from him too. Because he was working hardcore on that with Milius.
Yep.
And when that all went down, he's like, and he needed another project, so he just took it on. And there's always been animosity after that between the two of them.
Right.
And just today, Tom, on Midnight's Edge, you were talking with Eric July, and he was talking about writing stories, and Chuck Dixon coming to him and saying, there's something that's not quite working here. What are you trying to get at? And he explains it, and he goes, okay, well, maybe we should do this. And it sounds exactly like the same kind of thing that we know that George Lucas has needed. He's got his vision of what his story should be. He just, is missing the steps to get there. And sometimes it takes someone to say,
have you guys ever seen George Lucas in Love?
Yes.
It's a little short film. That, to me, I think is so on the nose of what George Lucas is really like.
Yeah.
I really think he's this autistic,
probably
very like, he's got these grandiose ideas, but he doesn't know how to really put them down in a story form. And that's where, him studying Campbell and a few other things helped. But I mean, we all know his wife edited the first movie into an actual movie.
Right.
And if it wasn't for, Kirshner and stuff like that in the sequel, and Kurtz being around, those sequels would, because he didn't even like the cut that they were going to put out.
Right.
He famously hated the I love you, I know scene, right? For instance.
Mm-hmm.
And the little things that he's changed in Empire ever since just rub me the wrong way. And I know Michael knows this one, and it probably rubs him the wrong way too. The scene that bothers me the most in Empire is when R2-D2 gets spat out by the swamp monster. And in the special edition now, Luke goes, "You were lucky to get out of there alive,h," which is the dumbest thing in the world.
Yeah.
In the original version, he goes, "You're lucky you didn't taste so good." Now that's funny.
But he has no good instincts for any of that. I'm sure, Tom, the story. It's not well known in casual circles. The argument that he and Spielberg got into on Raiders about the scene with the swordsman in Cairo.
Yes, I think I've heard this. Go ahead.
Because George said, I know that you had some difficulties trying to film the fight because of Harrison's health that day, but most of the fight had gotten filmed, so they had something to cut together, which a lot of that footage has finally trickled out over the years. It wasn't completely deleted, as far as like it wasn't. They didn't.
That's one thing George did do is save everything.
Yeah. So like the story used to be that, well, the fight didn't even hardly get filmed, but it actually did. But they weren't, I think Harrison got so sick they weren't getting the extra angles and pickups and all that stuff. So they did it the way it's famously done, where he just shoots the guy. Yeah. Well, Lucas and Spielberg allegedly, according to the Making of Indiana Jones book and stuff, they got into this conflict where Lucas said, I still really want to see the scene in there the way I did it. And he's like, let's do two versions of the preview cut or whatever. And of course it's the biggest laugh in the movie. Like when he shoots the guy, it's like the biggest laugh in the movie. And apparently Lucas was like, yeah, all right, fine, we'll keep it that way. But he wasn't even happy about it. It's like, George, do you? Oh my God! Like even when the whole house comes down,
yeah,
you're still like, I just wanted my fight. You know, it's like, and it looked really chintzy. Like
this is why, this is why DVD extras exist.
Mm-hmm.
Put the scene out there, let people see it, let them, if you want.
I think that's what Michael's really getting to those. George is not human.
No.
He doesn't understand humor. He doesn't understand romance. He doesn't understand the human condition.
No.
He certainly doesn't understand dialogue. That has been clear from the beginning.
And I have this theory that the prequels are him working out the shit with his wife because he does not know how to articulate that any other way.
Right.
And that's why they don't even resemble the story that everybody had in their brain. Because that's the thing. It could be one thing to say, yeah, they weren't exactly what you wanted them to be. That's a little different than, no, we were promised something completely different. And I guarantee you, we collectively have a pretty good idea of what we all had in our heads. Why? Because there's enough stuff out there to give us all just these little kernels of ideas of what it would be. Right. And this ain't it. This ain't it. Right. And what this is, though, is if you parallel it with what happened to Lucasfilm, the prequels are exactly what happened to George Lucas. He did everything he could to build an empire and a station for his wife to edit films at. And all it did was come between him and his marriage. And the whole thing was him to try and save his wife from leaving him. Because that was his biggest fear. And you can read this, and this is where I get a lot of these stories from. The secret story history of Star Wars. Because it's a lot of interviews and other things from people who know George, were around George and Marcia, and know all this stuff. And he was such an emotionless person that him and Marcia never really connected the way that he wanted to. And in fact, he was quoted a couple times saying that the only reason he married her is because he knew he couldn't do better.
Mm-hmm.
But he got so jealous of her because she was a very beautiful woman. And not only that, she was talented and on the rise. In fact, she was actually more well-known and more prolific and respected in the industry than he was when he made Star Wars. People forget about that. And I, to this day, think that rubbed him the wrong way that she got an Oscar that night, but he walked out home without one.
Right.
Because he is, and that is one reason why people say that he always has stuck with the special editions and will not let the other unaltered versions come out in any real capacity, is because that she worked on those. She didn't work on the special editions.
Yeah.
Now, from what I heard, she sold out her rights to him years ago in some big payout. So it's not like he has any obligation to her financially. This is personal. I am almost 100% just convinced this is personal. He is hurt because he left her when he did everything he could to try and keep her around. Because that was what Lucasfilm was all about. Why do you think he came up with the editing system, the droid editing system and all that stuff? It was for Marcia. She was an editor. And what did she do afterwards? Nothing, because he blacklisted her ass from Hollywood. That's what he did. Well, it became pretty clear that he wasn't necessarily like going out there saying you can't have her around, but he would make it well known that if she was going to be there at certain functions, he was not. And stuff like that. And after Star Wars, he was the bigger draw, right? Like people wanted him around. So she just basically got kind of ostracized from their group of friends because they all came up in this group known as the USC Mafia. And this would encapsulate everybody from Francis Ford Coppola down through like Martin Scorsese and all those guys. So you had all these guys who would always hang out. De Palma, gosh, I'm sure I'm forgetting half of them, but John Landis and those guys would even kind of hang out around them guys and all that kind of stuff. A bunch of those directors in that age group, they all kind of hung out together. They got the name known as like the USC Mafia or whatever it was. So yeah, I think it was USC Mafia. Because most of them went to University of California or whatever it was, the film school. That was where they met.
Right. And, this is the thing. I see this online all the time, and it's not just George Lucas. Whenever you have a creator of something, all the fans think he's the end all be all, and, what he says goes because he's perfect. And I see it with George Lucas and Star Wars. I see it with Gene Roddenberry with Star Trek, Clive Barker with Hellraiser. And it's like, you know what? Nobody does it all. Well, okay, YouTubers do. But I mean, these big movies and TV shows, they are a team effort, right? And all the things you loved about Star Wars, you love the idea that came from George, but the storytelling wasn't all George Lucas. And a lot of the decisions that were made were not George Lucas.
Yep.
I only have to have you watch the first 2 seasons of Star Trek The Next Generation to know it was not Gene Roddenberry. Once they pulled Gene Roddenberry out of there, it got way, way better. There are people that think through things that idea guy didn't think of. The minutiae and the details of how the technical stuff works. And wait a minute, you've already established this and the other.
I just want to say about Gene. Gene was one of those that's a weird cat because Paramount had no obligation to him.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They just wanted him around because he was somebody who was like an ambassador to the fans.
Right.
And he knew as long as they had him around, the fans would be on board. But the problem was he couldn't see past this one issue with TNG where he had it in his brain that there should not be any what do you call it? He didn't want any drama between the main characters on the ship. Like, as far as he was concerned, they don't have any issues. All the issues should come from the outside.
Right.
And some of those writers just didn't know how to quite deal with that, for better or for worse. So it was just one of those things where they had to get out from under his rule because he made it so difficult for a lot of people to just tell stories where, just the stuff that you get where, fans really love, like between Crusher and Picard, right? Like their whole, like a lot of that stuff never would have come to be had it not been for them kind of getting rid of Roddenberry, I bet. See, because he didn't want to do that kind of stuff.
There's that, but there's also, he had a lot of, I'm going to call them crazy ideas about egalitarianism and
yes,
this whole utopian society thing.
That's what I mean. That's where it comes from.
We have no story if that's how the world is. There really is nothing there, and it's like no, we it's not, and it bears out. It bears out. Now,
Drew, I don't know if Drew's being facetious or if he's being accurate about if he'd love Discovery. Actually, I think he'd hate Discovery with a passion. So I hope you're just being sarcastic because I was gonna say that's all Discovery is interdrama between the crew.
It's what you could almost see that, from Next Gen, starts as it gets into its later season, starts getting darker. Then they go DS9, pretty dark stuff. Voyager was Voyager, then Enterprise. Then we get into Kurtzman Trek, the J.J. Abrams and all that, and it just goes off a cliff. We go dark, we go explosions, we go light flares, we go look at shiny, and it's like, we need a Nicholas Meyer to come in and say, do you guys not understand how this works? I'm not even a fan, and I understood what made Star Trek work.
He was too old white man for them.
Yeah.
yeah. That's a whole other ball of wax. But no, you're not wrong, Tom. Not at all.
Nicholas Meyer's a great example of you don't necessarily have to be a fan to come in and do something good, but you have to be somebody who's actually friggin' talented.
Yeah.
Right.
Nicholas Meyer was one of the most intimidating people I ever talked to in my travels. Like he's very smart and he's quick.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of the problems I had talking to him was at the time he was still under NDA, but we come to learn later on is he worked on Discovery with Brian Fuller, but they didn't use any of the crap that he wrote. Like, and that was one of the main questions I asked him. I'm like, well, what in this show is yours? What did you come up with? And he's like, well, I really can't answer that right now because it's a real conglomeration between everybody and blah, 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 which was basically his way of saying they didn't use shit.
Yep. That's exactly right. Yeah. And
then the one time I actually got him to where he wasn't so standoffish is where I asked him, I'm like, what about the colorful metaphors? He's like, well, because we had talked about how he had written all the Earth stuff on part 4, but the other guy had written all the stuff in space. Right. And I said, well, that was kind of your thing, was the colorful metaphors, that they had kind of gone beyond that to where it was a whole running gag that these guys didn't even know how to swear. And he goes, Tom, that's the best question anybody's ever asked me, and I don't have an answer for that. I really wish I did. And at that point, like I said, I didn't know everything, but now going back and looking, it's like, none of the stuff we got on screen had anything to do with what he wrote. A lot of the stuff Brian Fuller came up with, yeah, some of that's still there, but
I think it was.
Yeah.
I want to say it was Script Doctor who said something in one stream that I was just like, this guy gets it. He said something about whether you're a fan, whether you like it. There's a rule in storytelling that you have to be internally consistent. You have to, canon and what you've already established. You got to pay attention to that. And we now have a whole generation of writers that, I don't want to have to do work. I just want to tell my own story. And it's all fiction anyway, so it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. And that's the real problem we're seeing now. Not
well, that's because Nicholas understood Kirk. Yeah. That's all it took. Well, he understood the first of all, he understood the triangle of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Right. But he also understood that Kirk is the guy that will not give up. He does not believe in a no-win scenario.
Sure.
Right? Like Picard's different. Picard, he's more worried about his crew, right? His thing is no one at no cost, right? Like that's how you kind of figure out the differences between these guys, right? With Kirk, it's more like at any cost, we're not going down, right? Like that. Mm-hmm. That's kind of his thing. His is more like there's no such thing as a no-win, regardless of the loss, right? He will accept collateral damage. Yeah. Picard is not the kind that likes to accept any kind of collateral damage. That's the difference between the two of them, at least in my observation. But like, and you can get into the other stuff with all the other crews and captains. But I mean, to me, TNG and TOS are the two main ones. That's the ones I love anyway. And they are just pale comparisons of what they used to be. I tried watching Picard and bless the people who enjoyed it, but I just couldn't get into it. It just wasn't my bag.
KVA, that story sounds familiar, but I can't answer if it was specifically Rollins or not. I don't remember.
No, it wasn't Rollins. It was I know what you're saying. It was Walter Mosley. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, right.
Walter Mosley, who wrote, who was a prolific writer, came into the writer's room for Discovery. I think it was for season 2.
Yeah.
And he had told a story about an interaction he had with a police officer, and a bunch of the younger people in the writer's room complained to HR. So instead of getting a phone call from Kurtzman or anybody else involved with the production, he got a phone call from HR, and he found that very disrespectful.
Yeah.
And he went out and talked about it in public. But what he did do is he had the decency not to even mention what show it was for, what studio it was for, what producers it was for. He didn't name any names whatsoever. He was just talking about this experience that he had in a current young writer's room in Hollywood. Because they're like, he got his call from HR, and he's like, well, what's the problem? And they're like, well, the problem is some language that you used in the room. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And he's like, a writer's room is supposed to be a safe place. We're supposed to be able to talk about our experiences, our feelings, everything, get it out on the table so that we can use that and utilize it in the stories, right?
Yeah.
So I thought I was in a safe space in a way of sorts, kind of using one of their words against them in a way.
Yeah, exactly.
And he realized he wasn't, because they're like, something you had said really upset some people. And he's like, well, what was it? And they said, well, somebody had said that you used the N-word. And he's like, I am the N-word in the writer's room.
Yeah. Right.
So he's like, what is the problem here? And they're like, well, I guess you had upset some people with the use of that word.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, fuck this, basically. And he's like, he walked. And he's like, I ain't dealing with that.
And that's exactly it. It's not a safe space, right? It's only safe for certain people that have certain opinions about, what is and isn't. It's not.
And the story he was telling was about, I believe it was something that had occurred in the 60s or 70s when he was talking to a white officer who was using slurs for Irish people and black people, and just talking about whacking them over the head and throwing them in the paddy wagon and stuff like that.
Yep.
And he was just talking about this story that he couldn't believe that this cop was just blah, 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 blahing in front of him, being a black man. Just, I'm sure he was just kind of expressing to these younger people the type of real racism that he faced. Right. Because that's another thing I've noticed in these younger people's age. And this was said by another guy I know who works kind of
microaggressions. It's all about the
he said that these kids that don't even know what real racism is.
Yep.
He grew up in a time where he was used to being called a boy, and it was no big thing for somebody to go, hey, you little N boy, come here. Right. Like he grew up in that era. Like that was, normal. But he's like, no, none of these kids have ever been called that. None of these kids have probably even heard that word outside of rap songs.
Yep.
So they have no idea what it truly means
Yep.
to be referred to as the N-word. Right? Like, so he's like, that's the thing. These kids have never faced real adversity. They've never faced real racism. They've never even faced hard times. Like, they don't even know what it's like to grow up in a world where literally people look down on you or follow you in a store because of the color of your skin. He's like, they act like they do, but he says they ain't never done it. He goes, they've never been in the South where they couldn't go into a restaurant with their friends because of the color of their skin. And if God forbid their friends, they wouldn't even stop at those restaurants, he'd say, because if they knew that he was waiting in the car, there's a bunch of good old boys that would come out and kick the shit out of him for just being there. Right? He's like, they don't know what it's like. They never dealt with any of this crap.
Yep.
And I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. Because like in the last 20, 30 years, a lot of this stuff has dissipated. I mean, no, it's not gone. Is there still racism in the world? Yes. But as he and many others have said, especially people I know that come from other countries have said, the United States is one of the greatest countries in the world. They're one of the most acceptable countries in the world where it doesn't matter where you come from. As long as you work hard, you can make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. But you're absolutely right. It's like, what's that old that saying? You know, strong men make good times make weak men.
Soft men, yeah.
And I'll tell you, that's the problem. We're in these days of soft men, and these kids all just they read these stories about, you know, standing up for what's right and blah 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 blah. They want to fight all the same battles all over again. I swear to you. When Netter and I used to do the Victorian stuff, you know, and do all the dress ups and the reenacting and the steampunk and whatnot, you'd have this whole bunch of fourth wave feminists that, you know, wanted to play act the suffragette movement and everything. Okay, fine. That's absolutely appropriate for this setting. But then outside of these venues, they were behaving like women didn't have the right to vote. And it's like, you know, you already have the right to vote. You get equal pay. There's laws about that. What exactly do you want that we can make a law for that'll make things more fair for you? And you'd see the gears turning like they didn't understand. It's like, do you want to go back and fight this all over again? But yeah, that's what the whole industry is.
I'm sure we should talk about something more fun because Michael doesn't like this stuff probably.
Well, no, I get it.
He's talking Indiana Jones. He's zoned out.
No. Look, if there's one thing I've learned on my own live streams from during the lockdown, you go back and you watch those, you'll notice that I get interrupted a lot by my own co-hosts.
Yeah.
Who are no longer my co-hosts.
Wow.
And my point in saying that is I'm very, very not sensitive. That's not the right word. I'm very, very vigilant to let people's conversations in a live stream play out so thoughts can actually get fully expressed. So I was just letting you guys, like, there was no need for me to interject. I was just like, these guys are on a roll.
Yeah.
Let it breathe. Let it cook. You know, like let it. You know what I mean? That was why I was being quiet. It had nothing.
I want to bring you back into this because I love you so much.
Well,
I'm a sucker.
Oh, geez. Nice.
Yeah.
I don't have enough He-Man already, but.
But speaking of bringing people back in, I gotta bring Greg in so that we can let him go. He's at his point too. Greg,
he's got
I'm gonna have to go. I have to get up in the morning.
Before you do, is there anything you want to share? Anything you got coming up that we can be looking forward to?
I just dropped a video today. If you're fans,
I already saw that one.
If you're fans of Rhonda Shear from Up All Night. I'm on her channel, on her social hour.
Nice.
We'll probably be doing some stuff with Rhonda here soon.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Right?
So be on the lookout for that. I can't say too much about something that's going to happen.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm her last 2 social hours. I did a video for that, and so I got some stuff in the fires with that. But check out the channel. So.
That's
exactly, guys. His link is below. Make sure that if you haven't already, you're subscribed to FanZcene for everything about physical media and why we love it. And you know, boobs are good too.
Oh, I love boobs. I love boobs.
Right? Who doesn't?
Yeah. How can I guess?
No, I mean, I think it's true. I think everyone likes boobs, including women, including gay men. It's been my experience, you know.
Well, they want them, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, everyone does. But big one, small one, some as big as your head. Oh, that's a different song. Sorry.
Everybody's wearing a hat. I suppose I should too, huh?
You don't have to, but you can.
Nice. That's a nice hat.
Yeah, I got that actually on clearance.
Let's see that. What is that? Back to the Future. Nice.
Yeah.
There you go. Good stuff.
That's the hat I wish all the Back to the Future fans would wear. Instead, they wear that Marty McFly future cap everywhere. And I'm like, God, dude, I love it in the movie, but really, like, come on.
Yeah, that's the problem. It didn't catch on. Neither did those shoes. So
no,
I mean,
no, they really didn't. That, on the other hand, is a really nice Back to the Future hat. That's
it is.
Yeah, I don't even know if you can get it anymore because, like I said, I got it on clearance. It's your typical. Yeah.
Oh, it's got the flux capacitor in the back.
Yeah, that's great.
Nice.
That's great. I was so disappointed. My favorite movie clothing guy, Magnoli Clothiers, he announced he does all the Bond suits for fans who want to have a tailored Bond suit, or he does all these jackets and men's clothes and, you know, all movie inspired stuff. I should say replicated. Don't worry, it's not just like I want to be inspired. It's like literal stuff. It's really cool. But he announced that he had done Short Round's New York Giants cap, and I was like, oh, I want that. And I ran off to the page just like a month or two ago. I ran off to the page, and I wouldn't say my head is like abnormally big, but it's my head has always been like on the large size. Like, it's not like large front to back like an alien xenomorph or my brother's head, which if he turns on profile, it's like a birch bark canoe. It's not like that.
Like the new Klingons.
Yeah. But it was my hat size is a 60. And his 3 hat sizes for it were 57, 58, and 59. And I was like, curses. And I just admit. So yeah, I walked away.
Yeah, because you can tell by looking at it. Like I was under the assumption, and I just looked it up now. Like, yeah, the one that he wears in the movie is clearly made for him and his size. You can tell it's, and even looking at it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he was a kid, so his would be really small, but Magnoli tried to like give like, you know, small, medium, large sizes, but unfortunately large falls at 59. I'm like, well, that makes me feel like Andre the Giant. Thanks so much.
Do you know, see, that's one thing you haven't, because you never really got into it. How historically accurate is that hat, that New York hat?
It's a New York Giants hat that I think does reflect a certain period of an interval of years. But everybody thinks it's a New York Yankees hat, and it's like, no. There was a New York Yankees hat that looks similar, but the NY is totally different for the New York Yankees. It doesn't have that serifed kind of.
See, and I always assume, I didn't even notice that until you just said it now. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually had a girlfriend one time, and she had never seen the indie films before. She fell in love with Short Round. She absolutely fell in love with Short Round. And there was a company back then called Cooperstown Ball Cap Company, where I had gotten my Tom Hanks, Jimmy Dugan hat from, and they made them the old school way, wool with the leather sweatband, all that stuff. And they did custom combos. And I went in there, and she wanted his hat so badly, Short Rounds. And I said, okay, look, I said, can you do this crown from New York Giants with this bill, with this? And we got it all done up. And apparently her older brother, who I'd never met and never did, was this like sports fanatic nut job. Like, he was like all regional sports and stuff, but he didn't know that it wasn't a baseball hat, that it was a football hat. And he lit into her when she posted a photo of herself beaming with that hat on. He acted like she had betrayed their family or something. He like lit into her, saying, you know, our loyalties lie with the something something team, and we would never be a New York Yankees, blah blah blah. Your boyfriend is like leading you down the wrong path, and when I meet him, I'm gonna like give him an earful and all this kind of stuff. It was psychotic. And I just wrote in, I was like, it's a Giants cap from the 30s.
Yeah.
They're not even a team anymore.
Yeah.
So why don't you like get off the roids or whatever it is? Like, I mean, it was crazy, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nuts. Yeah. So
yeah, sometimes it's good to know the family. You know what you might want to avoid in the future. Just saying.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
Oh, PJ. Oh, hey, how you doing? Absolutely. Yeah, he must have just woke up. Because he had come in at the beginning and he was falling asleep, but he's over in Spain. So he's thanks so much for being here. We were hanging out earlier on Maria's stream earlier this evening, probably yesterday for you, BJ. But thanks for being here, man. Yeah, I kind of really dig that stuff, and I think that's probably the most interesting thing for me when you're talking about those costumes is when they get the history right. Obviously, as someone who does the historical reenacting, I know certain niches of history really, really well, down to the stitching in the clothing. But outside of that, I don't. But I'm always excited to hear, yep, they got those details right,
Yeah, this is a 1922 New York Giants baseball cap.
Nice.
Yep.
And details like that also tell you something about the story. It tells you a little bit about Short Round and his background, at least by inference.
Yeah.
These things are important. This is why story canon and details of costuming are important. I feel like it's just kind of been lost somewhere along the way. People don't seem to care.
It has. It's lost with the brain drain. Writers, and I don't think I'm saying anything this is not already automatically evident, but the writers that have been in Hollywood for several decades now, they are brought up through these kind of you rub my back, I'll rub yours kind of networks.
Right.
They're not necessarily the best people for the job. They're everybody's best friend. I'd rather just work with my friends than work with people who are good at what they do. And apparently, the attitude is writing is easy or whatever. So everybody's now a writer and they all suck at it. And I don't know. That includes the history of stuff. Like if you're doing something that's a fictional franchise, like meaning a franchise not set on historical Earth or anything like that, you don't even have writers who bother to learn the history of that franchise before they start writing.
Right.
But it gets even worse, and it shows their incompetence even more when you put them on a project that has to reflect actual environments in our own real history. And then suddenly it's like, oh my God, like this is ridiculous. Like
well, how do you know, Michael? Were you there?
Right.
Oh, I am still pissed about that.
Hey, I have it on good authority that he has a DeLorean.
That's true. I do.
So he may have been.
I see where you're going with that. Okay.
Yeah. It's
gotta get back to the past.
I can tell you the most realistic thing about a DeLorean from Back to the Future is when he first goes back to 55, gets out of the car for 1 second, gets back in, and the car won't start. Been there.
Yep.
That's a real thing.
Well,
I think you've said that before.
Yeah.
Fun fact: before I met Netter, she had a DeLorean.
Nice. She's
and she knows exactly what you're talking about because wasn't the whole electrical system was shot from sitting on a dock or something like that?
Yeah, because sat on a dock for a year before we got all the salt water damaged the electrical system, so a bunch of stuff had to be replaced.
Yeah. The electrical system in that car was not to be confused with the man we were just discussing. It was called the Lucas electrical system, and apparently the British car manufacturing industry for a long time, because it was so heavily contracted and unionized, and there were deals and all this kind of stuff. The Lucas Auto Electrics company basically had the lock. They had the whole auto industry in the UK locked. So Aston Martin's, Jaguar, Rover, British Leyland, all of them had to use Lucas Auto Electrical Systems, and they were horrible. And so DeLorean did as well. And the nickname, the unironic nickname for the Lucas Electrical System is Prince of Darkness, because I kid you not, when my DeLorean was running and running well, I had to drive it one day because my regular drive car was in the shop or whatever, and Melinda was going to drop off her Challenger to get regular maintenance that night, and I was going to go over to the dealership and pick her up and then drive home. So of course it decided to storm that night, which wasn't a problem. My DeLorean was in good shape. It didn't have any leaks. But I'm sitting there just with the accessory on, listening to the radio, trying to just surf on my phone, do whatever. And she's in there filling out the final paperwork, handing over her keys, rain's coming down. I kid you not, I always thought this was just a movie sound effect. No, I've heard it in real time. I literally heard everything in the car went dark. And I was like, well, that's a new development. Headlights still worked, thank God. No panel lights, no radio, no interior lights at all. Car would still start, so that was good. So something had happened in the interior. So I spent the next 3 weeks trying to suss it out. Come to find out, after I had torn out the entire interior of the car looking for the culprit, it was because these little plastic dividers by the window roll-down switches on the console had just broken. They were that brittle white plastic, and a little chunk had broken off inside there, and the two wires had just touched.
Shorted, yeah.
All it took. And then it was just hot glue, separate them, and everything. Yeah.
I figured you just ran out of plutonium.
Right? Yeah, my rotogens or whatever.
Because you can't just pick it up at any corner gas station,
No, you should be.
Maybe in 2015 we could have, but
right, exactly.
And this all brings everything full circle, because Tom, I did think when you turned your camera on, I thought at first that your microphone was a Mr. Fusion replica.
It does kind of look
really
a little
did
bit
at
like
first.
that.
I was like, wait, did he get a custom housing for his microphone? And then I looked at it more
no,
closely.
but I see what you're saying. It does kind of look like it.
Yeah.
It's funny though, because let me grab something.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, the Mr. Fusion was some sort of a food processor, wasn't it?
Coffee grinder.
Coffee grinder, that's what it was. Yeah.
Coffee grinder.
Seen that prop in a lot of other movies, though.
Mm-hmm.
This was just something I got for like $20-$30, I think, on Amazon. It's just a little light up.
Nice. That's awesome.
Wait. Let me pull you in on that.
That looks good.
Oh, it lights up.
It just
nice.
lights up. Yeah, that's all it does. Just
That's
a little,
cool.
like a little desk lamp thing you put.
That's pretty cool.
On your desk or whatever.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Was it a third party, or was it like an official product?
No, it's official. Yeah, actually, I got a couple of them. Let me see if I can show you here. I actually got. There was a Ghostbuster sign, a Jaws one, and the Jurassic Park one, and that. The other one.
Yeah, great.
The other two on the end are completely unrelated, but they do light up as well. But yeah,
that's cool.
The Jurassic Park one's kind of cool. Yeah. The Ghostbuster one was the one I got first. That one came out like last year, and then they did like 3 more, and that was this one, the Jurassic Park one, and the Jaws one. So clearly they got a Universal deal, basically. But
I got the Ghostbusters one just because I had to, But no, absolutely. And what was
there's something Skull? I can't remember the name of them, but you can find them on Amazon. They're like $30-$40. Yeah.
Who is the company that every year for April 1st they do like crazy, geeky products that don't really exist? They had like the
Think Geek.
Think Geek, yeah, and they have like the Nerf nuke and stuff like that. They had one for a flux capacitor, and it's like, dude, this is the one you have to put out. You've got to fabricate and get this thing out. People would buy the hell out of that.
Well, one of the first ones they did that they didn't think, and then suddenly they were like, oh, we have to make this now, was that Tauntaun sleeping bag.
Oh, right?
Where
Yeah.
the pull handle was the lightsaber and the interior of it looked like intestines printed on it, and the pillow was the built-on head of the Tauntaun. And that thing became like, it was an April Fool's joke, and they didn't realize people were like, no, I want to buy that. And they were like,
yes.
whoa! You know?
And if you think about it, it's like, this is not that crazy. It is funny, but it is an absolute product I would love to have.
Yeah. Yeah. And then unfortunately, I think he got bought by Go Hastings or something like that. And then the Go Hastings destroyed them and Movie Stop within like a year. It was a mess. It was too bad. They were good companies.
All the good stuff gets destroyed. It's just, I know, it's so depressing.
And if you dig back far enough into all these incidents, I'm sure every path leads to J.J. Abrams. I'm sure of it.
Yeah. Or someone very like
anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I mean, yeah, because J.J. Abrams been away from Star Trek forever. It's Kurtzman that took over, but they're cut from the same cloth.
He used to work with him. Yeah.
Yeah, he blazed the trail for all that incompetence anyway. So, and then if you really want to blame somebody, blame Spielberg for championing JJ throughout his early career.
That's Steven. True.
Yeah. I'm still blaming him for Kathleen Kennedy.
I'm blaming him for Kathleen Kennedy. I'm blaming him for Shia. I'm blaming him for Alden Ehrenreich. Like Steven Spielberg, terrible judge of character. Like just like really, like cast him in movies of your own if you want, but don't pimp them in the industry. You're causing problems, you know. Yeah.
And I feel like
wonder why he's lost cred in the last few years. Yeah.
And it's not just him either. There's so many people in the industry like that. I mean, look at all the people that Midnight's Edge is often talking about. You know, whether it's Amber Heard or it's what's her name, the Captain Marvel chick or whatever. It's like
Brie Larson.
Yeah, Brie Larson, right? Yeah, Miss Clawfeet, right? I'm sorry. You know that because there are times you look at her and go, oh, I can see she could probably be attractive. Oh, those feet. You know. Well, and it's Netter and I have talked about this many times. Even the people that look attractive initially, as you hear them talk, you get to know their personality.
Oh, yeah.
Suddenly they get less and less and less attractive. You know,
right?
You know, and yeah, I think that a lot of people in Hollywood have gotten into positions, and the studios think, oh, they're the next big thing because that's what everyone is telling them. Only to find out lawsuits and, everyone hates them and they said stupid shit that,
Even before social media, there was this phenomenon where Hollywood, as hard as it is to become an actor or actress successfully in Hollywood, there were these randos, it seemed like, that would just suddenly start popping up in all these movies. This was like even pre-social media. I'm serious.
Yep.
Hollywood would get fixated on a person that we'd never heard of before and put them in everything for like a year and a half trying to get them cred, and all the movies would tank. And then they'd be like, oh, well, we really like this person. It's like, yeah, I can tell, but the audience doesn't know or care. The first one that I really noticed that with was Penelope Cruz. They were putting her in everything. Now,
they even gave her Oscars.
Yeah, right. Since then, she's built up some legitimate organic cred for herself as a more mature actress. But man, in 2000, 2001, they would not stop. Like they were just like, put her in the next thing. 6 months later, put her in the next thing. They all tanked. Like all the movies
came from that same era too.
Who was that?
Barry Pepper was another one from that same era.
Barry Pepper, good. That's another good one. Yeah.
I would say though, this kind of thing goes all the way back to the beginning of Hollywood, with the big exception that back then the studios made sure that they had a good impression on everybody and everyone liked them, and you shut your mouth, you just do what you're told, say the lines, and they could make stars because they would shepherd them instead of just pushing them out there and saying, oh, they'll be great. No, they won't.
No. Tis folly.
And yeah.
Even Hitchcock wasn't perfect.
True.
He got up with Tippi Hedren, and that was a big mistake.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well,
the more we learn about her, it's like, yeah, she was the crazy one, really. Think about it.
But the fact is always, this has always been the case, you know, just if you're thinking with the wrong head, you're gonna end up screwed in the way you don't want to.
Well, and that's part of the problem, and I think that's where a lot of the misconceptions with Hitchcock come from, is her stories, which I think are mostly made up in her head. Because there's no other real actress.
Believe all women, though.
Exactly, and she was like an early example of that.
Yep.
Because even after Hitchcock that's when she actually went after him, and it's like, he can't defend himself now.
Yeah, yeah.
And you ask anybody who knew him, like, yeah, he had his little obsessions with things, but it didn't go to the point where like she was trying to paint it as. Because like even like Janet Leigh and a lot of the other women he worked with said he was completely professional. But basically, if you just did what he said, he would make you a star. Like if you didn't argue with him, and I don't mean like in like a sexual mean, like he'd like say, do this in the scene, or you're not doing this right, quit doing that, or whatever.
Right.
Tippi was one of those, she would argue with him endlessly. And they would get into constant fights on the set. And it was just like, because she didn't understand what he was up to, where he was just like, look, if you just do what I tell you to, that we get through this quicker, and then you'd see what I'm trying to say when you actually see the movie. Right.
Yeah.
And that's what Janet Leigh understood. And she was always putty in his hands in that sense. Because even when she was at her most vulnerable, like in the Psycho scene, when she was, practically naked on set, she trusted him. And he made sure that everything came out in the end the way that he knew exactly. He's like, I know exactly how I'm going to shoot this. Don't worry. Nothing's going to be on screen. Because every time somebody would say, well, we saw a tit, he'd be like, bullshit.
Right.
Yep.
Like,
well, and in your head, you probably did, I mean, that's kind of the way it worked, but
yeah, she was actually covered with mole skin or whatever, so there was no way. There was only one shot where he actually had a nude woman in there, and it wasn't Janet, and that was for one of the looking down shots or whatever, where he wanted it a certain way, that he wanted somebody who was comfortable being naked, so he actually brought in a stripper or something like that. I can't remember, was there a model?
Sure.
And yeah, it was just one shot, and that was it. And I don't remember exactly the whole thing. I'd have to go back and look, but yeah, so like, there's a lot of misconceptions out there, but I mean, and she even goes off thinking like, trying to claim like people tried hurting her and stuff on the set of The Birds. And it's like, one of the guys that was involved on the shoot said the same thing that I would think Hitch would have said. Why in the world would I try hurting my star? All that's going to do is set me behind. I have to either shoot around her or reshoot everything. That makes absolutely no sense.
He cared more about getting the shot and getting the movie made than any.
Well, what happened was, and the one shot that's really specifically the one that she was always griping about, was when she was in the phone booth. They were supposed to put in breakaway glass. They didn't. She claims that it got rushed and then it was Hitch's fault because he didn't want to take the time to do it. What happened was he was told by the second AD that it had been changed out when it wasn't. So he had no idea that there was real glass in there. Because like, and one of the people that worked, that was what I was saying, one of the people who worked on the film said that flat out. They're like, it was a pure accident. It's like, why in the world would we want to hurt our main star? Because all that's going to do is put us behind schedule and all this other crap. It makes absolutely no sense to do that. And it was really just a stupid mistake that Hitch had no idea that it hadn't been switched out yet. That's all it was. So yeah.
And that's absolutely plausible. I mean, it's not like having a live round.
A fake bird was coming in, like just going crack right through the. It was just supposed to break through the candy glass. Well, they hadn't switched out the real glass with the candy glass, and the real bird or the bird came through the real glass, and it shattered and got in her face. That's what happened. But
yeah, exactly. But that's this kind of stuff has always been. And
she got some minor cuts at the end of the day, but I'm sure it was pretty traumatic. But yeah,
and then you hear about actors like what's that kid's name? He was in Wolf of Wall Street, but I'm thinking specifically of the scene in Django or whatever it was, where he slams his hand down on a glass and cuts himself.
That was the skull, the piece of the skull.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, he cracked the skull with his hand on accident, and a piece cut all up through his hand, and he just kept going with the scene, and the blood was flying.
Pulled it out, blood everywhere.
And afterwards, he had to go get stitches, and it was like 17 stitches in his hand or some shit. That's a lot of stitches. It was a lot. Yeah, it was a pretty big cut, I guess.
And that's the kind of stuff where it's like, he really did bleed for this role. Let's print that one. I mean, that's, oh my gosh, and I guess and I hate to bring it back to this, but this is,
and that's just to say, like, here's my thing with Tippy. I have a hard time taking somebody seriously who has live lions and tigers and other wild cats around their child.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if you guys know about.
I heard about that.
Like you can't sit here and try to make me go, oh yeah, Hitchcock's such an animal trying to hurt you in a phone booth when you literally have animals that bit Melanie Griffith's freaking head open and she had to get stitches for and shit. Like, no.
Yeah, no, exactly. And no,
so
I don't know.
She ain't all there. That's all I'm gonna say. You can live with lions and tigers and bears and shit. What the hell? No, not bears, but
I mean, then you make a reality show about it.
Look it up. You guys will find out what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's out there.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
I've watched the whole documentary on it. It's crazy.
No, yeah, like I said, this kind of stuff's always been going on. We think it's new today, but it's not. It's there you go. But anyway, I am starting to wind down myself, so I think we're gonna have to. I mean, actually, I could just leave and let you guys continue the stream, but but I think I'm gonna start wrapping it up. Tom, I really didn't mean to slight you or make you feel slighted.
I was giving you crap.
Okay, I hope you realize.
Couldn't believe it that you didn't ask me. Just ask me if you think there's something I'll be interested in, man. Don't worry about it.
Okay, yeah, I will.
People don't have to be afraid to ask me. If I can't do something, I'll say it.
I know you were in talks with Netter here about doing a Thursday. Is that
something about a Dune or something like that? I don't know if we've gotten it all worked out yet, but whenever.
How's March 28th for you?
I think that's the date that we had talked about. Yeah,
I think that was looking good so far, I believe.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and create the stream. It's going to be the Spice Diver cut. That's why we were pulling you in on it, because you were talking about it. I'm like, man, he's the guy for this, So we'll do a watch party.
I already got you down on my schedule.
And right. What else? And what else can I tell the everybody about? I mean, I'm sure everyone here knows you and Midnight's Edge After Dark and Midnight's Edge and me.
No, Michael needs the highlighting here because RetroBlasting is a great channel.
I'll get to him.
I discovered that channel before I even discovered Midnight's Edge.
Yeah.
It's been one of my go-to channels for years. I don't
get
to watch every video Michael gets to put out. Like, I still have to watch that long Indiana Jones video that you've done yet.
It's broken up into chapters. You can watch.
I know, but I need to be able to find the time to sit down and give it its respect.
Excuse me. I even did a promo for that video because I want people to watch it.
Yeah, no, check out Mike's channel. It does not get enough attention from a lot of other people that I think it should. And you may find a lot of stuff on there that you did not know about, like the stuff that we're talking about tonight. Michael doesn't just cover toys; he covers all kinds of different stuff. So
covers World War II. He talks about Indiana Jones. Well, let's face it, you are the Indiana Jones go-to. Even the Boy Scouts of America know that.
It was the weirdest thing, but yeah, that's now in the history checklist for me with this. The Boy Scouts of America asked me to do a whole camping weekend Indiana Jones theme last week.
Wow, that means you're an authority, man.
Yeah,
right?
They asked me to do whip cracking tutorials and put together a table display and do a Q&A and all kinds of stuff. And I was like, okay, I didn't know you guys were doing this stuff. Why couldn't you have done that when I was a Boy Scout? I might have.
Right, exactly.
So yeah,
this ain't the Boy Scouts, honey. That's something Indy would say.
He would, yeah.
No, that we've been talking Michael up the whole time. That link right there at the top is what started this whole conversation. So I've been telling people you got to go check out that video, see what that's all about, see what got us all hot tonight to talk about this topic. But yeah, that did kind of scare me a little bit. So go check that out. Find out if your Warner Brothers videos might be on that list. And
yeah, because all we have is physical media.
Yeah, you can't trust anything
like
else.
6 bookcases full.
That's true. All wall
I
right
know how
behind
that
that
is.
is yeah, you do. You absolutely do. I thought I was bad. You're worse or
I've
better,
run out of room.
depending on how you look at it. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. That's why I make all the custom cases. I'll take, like whole series of movies and, put them into a custom, 6, 8, 10 disc, case because it takes up so much less space, and now with Blu-rays, that's another, space saver, but I feel like the Men in Black. Now I'm gonna have to buy the White Album again. But anyway, yes. You guys are two. Your channels are two of the ones that I'm constantly talking about. Referencing back, and I don't always tag you guys in the videos. I'm trying to get better and better about that. If it comes up in a live stream and he name dropped Michael French again, I really should go and at mention so that he knows I talked about him. But yeah, I do that quite often. You guys are the ones that keep me informed. That's and you're a big reason why I'm even here doing this because you guys really inspired me. And tonight you may have helped me get that much closer to my watch hours. So maybe I'll be a real boy someday, making some pennies on the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. But what have you got coming up? As if I didn't know as a Patreon member, but you can tell everyone else what you got coming up in the very, very near future, Michael.
Well, in the near future, so I'm almost finished doing a video. As Tom and Troy both know, I will never let Hasbro out of the barrel. So I am taking the evolution or devolution of the Black Widow Marvel Legends figures and using that as a case study for how chaotic Hasbro's business decisions are with their toy development. That video is almost done. If I'm lucky, I'll get it done tomorrow for Patreon. More likely it'll be Sunday and then go wide on Monday. I have another video that I'm doing that's about the history, the quirky history of the Tomb Raider pistols. That it's kind of an interesting little thing. I've got some special stuff. My friend Scott Hughes helped me recreate Angelina Jolie's actual functional guns from the films. So that's going to be part of it. Let's see. I'm still working on the big Thundercats Redux, watching those episodes, taking notes. There were like 2 seasons, 65 episodes each of that show. It's going to take me a while. It's like 130 episodes. And then I got badgered. The last thing I'll say is I got badgered since April into finally doing a video that I hadn't planned to do because I wasn't going to buy any of the products. And when you get 2 or 3 people every month for a year, and they're always different people asking you to do something, please, they're all nice about it. They're not mean. You finally say to yourself, well, maybe I should just do this, especially given that they're all on clearance like I predicted they would be. So I will be working on, I'm developing a video retrospective and post-mortem on Hasbro's Indiana Jones Adventure Series 6-inch line.
Wow.
Hey, preview to everybody. I didn't own any of these until last week. You know why? Because they suck.
Spoiler.
Yeah. But I'm going to be going through that. There are some surprises in there that are somewhat positive, but it's disjointed and was it worth the effort at all? So that's one that's like a little ways down the road. And my April Fool's video, my April 1st video will finally be on time again. 2 years ago, it was on time with Spice Girls. Then it was 5 months late with the Pop Finals video. And now it'll be on time again. So I'm getting to work on that. hopefully Monday or Tuesday. And
I
I'll have
actually
that.
like that Spice Girls video.
That was the whole point, is that it was supposed to be liked. It wasn't, the joke was that it wasn't a joke. Like that, you know? But everyone's like, after I did that video, they were like, hey, next year you should do New Kids on the Block toys. And I'm like, hey, you do understand that an April Fool's video, if you do the same thing the next year, it doesn't work. It's the whole thing. So
what about you still working on that the James Bond Lego car?
Oh yeah. That one's one. The reason I didn't think of it is because that's more of like a one-day shoot. I'm probably gonna do that as an interesting filler video in the midst of all this other stuff. But yeah, that one will be coming out. There's also a video I'm doing. I'm going to be doing a comparison look at the Herbert Johnson Indiana Jones hat. Herbert Johnson was the original maker, and they still offer the hats. And I finally bought one as the Streets of Cairo style. And I'm putting it up against the one I'm wearing, which is the Ad Vintage from Germany, which I think is an incredible hat. But I wanted to do instead of a head-to-head, I wanted to do a hat-to-hat. So I'm going to be doing that as well. That's also going to be like the Lego Bond car. It'll be kind of an off-the-cuff filler video. It'll be detailed, but it just won't be like this Black Widow thing is with tons of B-roll and all that. I don't have to. So yeah, there's some fun stuff coming up. It's all very varied. So
just keep me in a loop when you decide to do that James Bond car. I still want to get you on for a James Bond retrospective. Actually, not only that I want to, but Boomer keeps badgering me. So
that James Bond Lego car video, I've already got the thumbnail made. It should be in production sometime within the next 2 weeks, I would imagine. It might even be one of the filler videos that I do while I'm getting the April 1st video done. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll start putting a thumbnail together then for it, and then we'll schedule it just to build the synergy there.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. And Tom, seriously, anything you got coming up that you want to share about?
Not really. I'm not even sure where I'm going to pop up this weekend because I got so much going on. But
I would imagine
I'll be on the morning show. But yeah,
guys, I'll tell you, if nothing else, you need to subscribe to Midnight's Edge. Mead Radio, because when he pops up, he's like a rogue DJ, and he'll just show up and he'll start dropping the tunes. I don't know. Do you guys remember when you could call into radio stations and make requests and stuff? That's what Tom's delivering there. So you should go check that out. Toss a coin to your watcher and request a song from him. Absolutely worth it. Wait, Scott, Tom streams 24 hours a day, 8 days a week. Well, I mean, he's not exactly a deleted scenes, but he's close. They're both. I'll tell you, at any given time, if deleted scenes isn't streaming, then Tom is. That's for sure.
I don't know how he does it. I used to think EFAP was impressive with like the 48 to 72 hour continuous streams. And then I thought about it one day and I was like, they got nothing on Tom though. Cause even though he's not on one stream for that long, he's never not streaming.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's like the perpetual man. Like, I don't understand. It's like, I don't know. Tom's presence in this community on social media, on various streams, it kind of reminds me of that era when it didn't matter what channel you turned on, you were guaranteed that Wings would be on at some point in some channel. You could always
catch MASH.
What's that?
Couldn't you have picked MASH?
Well, I wasn't. That wasn't shade. I was just trying to think of an era where there was this one show on. But yes, MASH is another good example. There's just this thing about Tom where it's like, don't worry. If all the other channels that you subscribe to have nothing doing,
yeah,
Tom, there's an 85% chance that you'll be able to turn into Tom, who's one of the best out there. So like he's present. But Tom, I did not say that to try and encourage you to keep doing this. Like, you need rest.
Actually, it is catching up with me.
Yeah, you need rest. I mean that sincerely. Like, I don't want to lose you. You know what I mean? So
no, actually, this weekend I'm going to be taking a little time. Tomorrow, I don't even know if I'll be anywhere. So that's why I was saying, like, I might not even pop up again until the morning show or something. We'll see. But
okay,
I got a lot of got to get. Yeah, it's starting to catch up. It definitely is. It's just too much too often. And I ain't got time to watch movies and shows and stuff. Not that I want to watch half this stuff. But.
I'm not going to go through a long list, but I will say tomorrow night, Netter's Network will be watching The Darkest Hour, and you will hear my far more detailed discussion on the history that we'll be looking at. Those of you that remember, about 6 months ago, I was on Pops. We talked about Darkest Hour and Dunkirk. Really dug into those as much as I could when you're dividing up a stream and giving an overview. I'm going to really dig into the history behind Darkest Hours. I love that movie. Netter hasn't even seen it.
Oh, so Darkest Hour is one I watch like twice a year.
Yeah, I'm hoping she loves it as much as I do. She doesn't usually get into the history as much as I do, but I think she finds my enthusiasm to be, infectious. So
sure, and also just to tell you,
you did like Heartbreak Ridge. That was a whole different thing. She doesn't normally like military films, and I told her the story of Heartbreak Ridge. She's like, "Well, that sounds good. I think I'd like to see that," and she loves it.
Darkest Hour, Netter, just to give you a little bit of an idea, not telling you anything about the movie's plot or anything like that, but Darkest Hour is not so much a war film. It's set during the war, but it is a compelling character study of a tense interpolitical, interpersonal, behind the scenes clash that was going on in reality between Churchill and his cabinet. And so, like, I guess what I would say with that is, if you like really good performances and really good character drama, then this movie's gonna do you. Like, it's gonna carry you. You're gonna be really on the leaning forward in your seat with it, without having to worry about battles and uniforms and all that kind of stuff. It's not that kind of movie. So,
and it has the benefit, and people have asked me this, yes, it's pretty darn historically accurate. So it brings something else to it when you go, and this all actually happened, you know?
Right.
Well, and for Netter, she knows that this not only actually happened, but her mother experienced it. So,
And the thing is, if you end up, anybody who hasn't seen it or who has seen it and liked it, if you end up liking, or you liked Darkest Hour a lot, there's a great book that was made written a few years ago, several years ago now, that I own, called A Summer Bright and Terrible, and it's all about the very much chronicled historical account of what occurred between Churchill and all the various personalities of his cabinet. And some of the things that aren't in Darkest Hour, and you'll understand why, but that make the book a really fun read, is, for example, Churchill. There was I don't want to call him an aristocrat. I don't want to call him a gentleman of leisure, but he was one of those lords that just kind of hung out at the cabinet, and he was one of the more upper crust British guys that had the politician's ear. Right. And he and Churchill were friends. And it was obnoxious to everybody else who was really in the war, like Dowding and some of the other guys, because this guy would convince Churchill of these things that needed to be invested in and explored and developed. Say, for example, and I kid you not, death rays. And so, so Dowding would be sitting there getting more and more frustrated, white knuckling, because he just needed Churchill to stop sending Spitfires and Hurricanes over to France to get shot down. He's like, we need to be bolstering our fighter squadrons here. Meanwhile, Churchill's distracted because this Viscount of somebody and him are having these little powwows about developing the death ray. And he's like, there's no such thing as a death ray. Like, this is ridiculous. You're never going to have a death ray. It is eye-opening, hilarious at times, nail-biting at times, chronicle of everything that went down that summer in 19.
That does sound interesting. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sounds like my kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that is tomorrow night, 9 Central, 10 Eastern on Netters Network.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday is, of course, the Deleted Scenes Day with his Western Cinema and Unscripted. And then, stuck in the middle there over on Aged Boomers channel, we'll be talking Geeky Geezers. We're definitely going to be digging into this Gamergate 2.0 stuff. And I'm going to trust Boomer on that one because I don't really know. I don't know gaming from nothing, but he sure does. And then, of course, wrap up the weekend with Deleted Scenes, The Other Side of Midnight. I understand he's going to have a very, very attractive guest host on The Other Side of Midnight Sunday night. That'll be Netter of Netters Network. So something to look forward to. Tuesday, of course, also on Deleted Scenes, 8:30 Eastern, 9:30. No,
7:30 Central.
Yeah, 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern. Live from Sparkwood and 21 for the next episode of Twin Peaks. We're past the midpoint of season 2, doing a deep dive, and if you're lost, I'll be happy to help you get caught up. Thursday for Thursday things next week here. Guest will be Andy Masterson. We're going to be talking custom toys, just toys, nothing big, nothing deep, just
Thursday things.
No, I just said Thursday things over on Netters Network. Oh yeah, who's your guest on Thursday?
Yeah,
sorry.
My guest will be Obnoxious and Anonymous.
Obnoxious and Anonymous, yeah. Which will involve some Twin Peaks talk.
So here's my question: when is Michael going to be on my Thursday things? I know you got a really busy schedule, so I don't expect it's going to be anytime soon, but I'd love to have you on.
She wants you for an interview for an hour.
I would never turn you down, Netter, so you just let me know.
I would never turn her down either. I don't blame you, Michael.
No, I didn't mean that like I fear for my life. I just mean that.
No, maybe you should.
I certainly wasn't avoiding you. I just
hadn't been asked yet.
It's finally been brought up in conversation, and don't think that because I have a good relationship with Troy and Netter that I'm an easy yes for the whole internet. Even Melinda told me one time, she's like, now, Michael, she's like, you might want to consider, she and somebody else, like another friend, I can't remember who it was, said to me at the same time, they were like, don't make it, the perception that you're just available all the time for everybody. And I'm like, I didn't think I was. She's like, well, no, I'm just letting you know. She goes, you've got your friends and that's good. She goes, but you don't want to give off the false impression that you never have anything to do and you're just going to cruise, and I'm like, okay, I appreciate the warning. Yeah, we're good,
Well, I'm looking at mid-May and beyond, so pick a Thursday and it's all yours.
Well, you guys can talk about it. Yeah, I don't want to
think about it.
I don't want him to have to try and make that decision right now. Anyway.
Just something to
so
think
Thursday.
about.
I'm not opposed. We'll find a time and we'll do it. Let's just consider it a guarantee with a pending date. How about that?
There you go.
That works.
You just got to suss it out.
And then that brings us around to next Friday. Andy Masterson toys will be lots of fun. And that is it. Guys, I want to thank you so much for not only just jumping in here and all the fun that we had tonight, but you guys encourage the hell out of me. You guys, you may not hear this very often from people, but you are nice people. You really are. You really are. And I don't think there are enough nice people in the world. I mean, you too, Tom. And I know you're probably back there shaking your head. He's crazy. He's way too overtired. But see, I told you. But
I was secretly hoping Tom had fallen asleep in his chair. He needs the rest.
I know. There you go. But
what Troy didn't say, you're both fun guests.
That is true. That is also true. But
it's like I enjoy listening to both of you. And it's like anytime you guys can come on, it's like it's one of those things where I don't actually mind being backstage instead of like being on with you guys.
Yeah.
It's like I just like to hear you guys talk.
You guys are awesome.
It's so much fun.
Anyway, that's it for tonight, guys. Thanks so much for if you came in at the beginning of this show and you are still here, there's got to be like a YouTube sainthood or something for y'all. I'm not used to these long streams. You guys are just great. But hope to catch.
I wasn't here at the beginning of the show, so
good point. Good point. Absolutely.
So I've clearly missed out. But I yes.
That's absolutely. But thank you, everyone. If you were new here tonight and you think you might enjoy the content that I do, hope you subscribe and come back next week. Otherwise, just see you around the internet. Take care, everyone. Talk to you later.
Good night, ladies.
Good night, sir.
Hit it, sweetheart.